Every age leaves behind a sound. The ancient world whispered through prayer and wind. Ours began with the cry of steam, the heartbeat of engines, the endless turning of the wheel. Out of smoke and hunger came a thought, that the world could be written again, not by kings or gods, but by the hands that built it. It was not a religion, but it promised salvation. Not a prophecy, but it carried fire. From the ruins of factories and dreams rose a voice, not of kings, but of the common soul. A man who saw that beneath all power, beneath all wealth, there was only one eternal motion, labour. His name was Karl Marx, and his dream was not of gold, but of justice. This is the story of that idea. The soul that laboured, the dream that refused to die. The history of Marxism, the soul of labour. If this kind of storytelling brings you inner peace, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it truly brings you peace. And let me know in the comments where in the world are you listening from, and what time it is for you right now. It's always strangely comforting to know who else is out there closing their eyes to the same lullaby. So settle in, let the world grow quiet, and let's dream together for a while. The 19th century rose beneath a sky of smoke. It was an age of thunder made by men, of engines, furnaces, and steel. Where once the world moved by seasons and sun, it now moved by machines. Cities grew like forests of brick and soot, their chimneys reaching higher than church steeples, their streets trembling under the weight of wheels. The Industrial Revolution had begun, and with it came a new god, production. Factories emerged across Europe like colossal hearts, pulsing day and night. Inside, men, women, and children worked in endless rhythm. 12 hours, 14, sometimes more. The clatter of gears replaced the bells of morning prayer. The hiss of steam became the breath of progress. The poor traded their land for wages, their fields for floors of iron. They became part of something vast, mechanical and merciless. For the first time, humanity could command nature, and yet it felt smaller than ever. The loom, the lathe, the engine, each promised freedom but demanded obedience. The new world was not ruled by kings, but by time. Clocks hung in every room, counting hours that no longer belonged to those who lived them. The wealthy called it progress. They spoke of industry as salvation, of steam as the soul of civilization. And perhaps in part it was. But for the worker in the factory, bent beneath smoke and sweat, progress was measured not in miracles but in exhaustion. Families crowded into tenements where air was thick with soot and disease. Children, too small for the machines they served, crawled beneath looms to tie loose threads. Women worked beside their husbands for half the pay, while the owners, the new aristocracy of capital, dined by candlelight and spoke of destiny. The old order of land and lineage had died, replaced by a new division, not of blood, but of ownership. The few who possessed the machines became masters of the many who fed them. The poor no longer belonged to lords, they belonged to the system. And yet, even in their weariness, there was a strange reverence. The factory was a new kind of cathedral, its smoke rising like incense, its pistons like organs of devotion. The worker's body became part of its ritual, his labour the offering, his wage the promise of salvation. But it was a faith without forgiveness. The machine did not rest, and so neither could he. England led this new religion. The hum of its mills was the heartbeat of empire. Coal from the north, cotton from the colonies, all fed into the mouth of progress. London, once a city of poets and kings, became a vast organism of trade and toil. Beneath its grandeur, the poor swarmed like shadows. It was here that the soul of the modern world was forged, and with it, its guilt. For the more man created, the less he seemed to own. He had built engines that could move mountains, yet could not lift his own burden. Among the noise of this restless age, a question began to whisper. Soft, almost invisible, yet unrelenting. What is the price of progress? Karl Marx would be the one to answer it. Born in 1818 in Trier, a quiet German town, Marx grew up amid the tremors of transformation. His father, a lawyer, taught him reason. The world taught him injustice. He studied philosophy in Berlin, where great minds debated the meaning of spirit and truth. But outside those halls, he saw hungers in the streets and beggars at the gates of industry. Ideas alone could not explain this suffering. God could not justify it. So Marx turned his gaze from heaven to earth, from what men believed to how they lived. He saw that history was not shaped by thought, but by survival. That the real struggle of man was not between good and evil, but between those who have and those who must give. To him, the age of machines was not merely progress, it was revelation. It exposed the hidden laws of society. Who owns, who works, who suffers, and who decides? Beneath all the inventions and revolutions, one truth pulsed like a vein through history: class. And from that realization, an idea began to form. Still faint, still fragile but certain, that the story of mankind was not written by kings or prophets, but by hands. The hands that build, weave, mine, forge. The hands that feed others before feeding themselves. The hands that make everything, and yet own nothing. The world did not yet know it, but it was about to hear its own heartbeat for the first time. For in the darkness of factories and the silence of the poor, something was stirring. Not rebellion, not yet, but recognition. A faint awareness that progress had a price, and that the one paying it deserved to speak. The age of smoke had remade the earth, but soon it would awaken the worker, and with him, the idea that would change the world. The factory was more than a building. It was a new universe, vast, deafening, and absolute. Inside its brick walls, the air shimmered with dust and steam. Iron beams hung overhead like ribs of a colossal creature, and beneath them, thousands of hands moved in perfect rhythm, feeding the heartbeat of progress. This was no longer work as it had been for centuries. It was ritual. Each morning, the factory whistle called the faithful to prayer, the labourers who had traded the open sky for the ceiling of smoke. They entered at dawn, eyes half closed, and left long after sunset, their bodies marked by the hours they no longer owned. The clock became their god, the whistle its voice. Time had once belonged to life, to sunrise, to rest, to rhythm. Now it belonged to production. The factory divided the day into measurable pieces, and every second became profit. The man who slowed the machine risked his wage, his home, his worth. For in this new world, to stop was to starve. The owners, the new masters of industry, spoke proudly of their empires. They called themselves innovators, visionaries, saviours of the modern age. They wrote essays on morality and philanthropy, while their workers slept on floors of straw. They believed that to build the future, a few must suffer for the many, but the many never seemed to include those who owned the machines. The factory floor was its own society, a mechanical city within walls. At the top stood the overseers, measuring, shouting, calculating. Below them, the endless rows of workers, men, women, children, turning handles, lifting weights, weaving threads until their fingertips bled. No one spoke much. The noise of the machines drowned language itself. The roar of progress left no space for thought. Yet beneath that thunder, something human still endured. The workers developed silent forms of communication, a glance, a nod, the shared sigh of exhaustion at the end of the shift. They had no titles, no property, but they had each other. In that fragile solidarity lay the first spark of resistance, the quiet realization that they were many, and the masters were few. Still, the system thrived on that imbalance. It needed the worker's strength, but not his voice. It paid him enough to return, but never enough to rise. His value was measured not in humanity, but in output. The more he produced, the cheaper he became. Marx would later call this the Great Inversion, the moment when man became the servant of his own creation. The factory, he wrote, did not only make goods, it made relationships of power, of dependence, of fear. It produced a new kind of poverty, not the absence of wealth, but the absence of meaning. And yet, to the outside world, the factory was a miracle. Government praised it. Economists called it destiny. Newspapers printed stories of growth, innovation, expansion. The nation's power was measured in smoke, its pride in production. Progress, it seemed, was unstoppable. But Marx saw what others did not. He saw the contradiction at the heart of this miracle, that every triumph of the machine deepened the tragedy of the man. For the worker, labour was no longer a form of expression, it was survival. He did not create, he complied. The world he built grew richer while he grew invisible. In the evenings, the workers poured into narrow alleys, their clothes blackened, their lungs heavy. In the dim light of taverns, they spoke softly of injustice, of hunger, of dreams they could no longer afford. Some whispered of strikes, others of unions, but most simply endured. The idea of change was still a rumour, and rumours were dangerous things. Still, the change had already begun, not in protest, but in perception. Each man who looked upon the factory floor and wondered why, each woman who felt the weight of her labour and realised its worth, was part of something new, something no machine could measure: awareness. The factory had transformed the world, but in doing so, it had awakened the question that would one day transform the factory itself. When Marx later wrote of this age, he didn't describe it as evil. He described it as necessary. Humanity had to build its own cage to learn the shape of freedom. The factory was that cage, a symbol of both creation and confinement. It was proof that man could control the elements, yet could not yet control himself. The world had gained speed, but lost direction. It had conquered nature, but surrendered meaning. And in the quiet between the turning gears, something waited. A voice that would soon give this silence its first name: the worker. Karl Marx was born in 1818 in the small German town of Trier, a quiet place of vineyards, churches and cobbled streets. Nothing in its calm hinted that this child would one day ignite one of history's fiercest debates. The world around him was still ruled by kings and censors, but beneath its surface, the ground was already shifting. Europe was entering a fever of transformation. Machines had begun their rule, old empires were losing faith, and the poor were learning to read. Revolution was no longer a fantasy whispered in taverns. It was a rumour breathing in the cities. Marx grew up watching that rumour grow. His father, Heinrich, a lawyer and a man of reason, believed deeply in the Enlightenment, in the idea that knowledge could redeem the world. He taught his son the value of logic and justice. But young Karl soon realised that the world obeyed profit more faithfully than truth. As a student in Bonn and Berlin, he was restless, drawn to poetry, politics and philosophy. He devoured the works of Hegel, who saw history as a movement of conflict, every idea containing its own destruction. Marx would later take that insight and anchor it in the material world. But in those early years, he was still a dreamer. He wrote verses about love and eternity, essays on art and religion. His friends called him intense, brilliant, impossible to silence. Yet even then, he carried a kind of impatience, the sense that ideas meant nothing if they could not feed the hungry. In the cafes of Berlin, young intellectuals debated the soul of Europe. Some argued for God, others for reason. Marx argued for reality. He began to suspect that the world's greatest illusions were not found in religion, but in economics, in the invisible systems that made some lives priceless and others cheap. When he began writing for radical newspapers, the Prussian state took notice. The government, terrified of rebellion, censored every thought that hinted at dissent. Marx's first exile came not by choice, but by necessity. He was banned, dismissed, and marked as a dangerous thinker, not for violence, but for clarity. He fled to Paris, the furnace of revolution, where poets, philosophers, and exiles from every nation gathered. The city pulsed with ideas: socialism, democracy, utopia. Here Marx met Friedrich Engels, the man who would become his lifelong collaborator. Engels, the son of a factory owner, had seen the misery of workers in England. His writings gave Marx the proof he had been searching for, evidence that theory and suffering were inseparable. Together, they began to translate injustice into analysis, pain into principle. In the smoke of Paris cafes, they argued and wrote for hours, sketching the beginnings of a philosophy that would soon have no borders. Marx saw in Engels not just an ally, but a mirror, a man who had seen the machine from within, and refused to accept its logic. Paris changed Marx. It stripped him of idealism and gave him urgency. He realized that thought alone could not change the world. It had to confront it. The philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways, he wrote. The point, however, is to change it. He understood now that poverty was not a personal failure, but a structural one. That misery was not accidental, but organized. The system didn't malfunction. It worked exactly as designed. And if society was built by men, it could be rebuilt by them too. In the dim rooms of Paris, Marx began to see history as a living organism, driven not by kings or ideals, but by work. Every age, he realized, was defined by how people produced their survival, by who laboured, and who lived from that labour. Religion, art, and law were all reflections of the same foundation, the economy. It was a revelation that would reshape the world. For the first time, history itself had a heartbeat, the rhythm of production. But revolution, as always, breeds fear. The French government, under pressure from Prussia, expelled him again. Marx fled once more, this time to Brussels, then to London, the empire's heart and the world's largest machine. He was still a young man, brilliant, exiled, broke, and burning with an idea he could not yet name. In the crowded streets of Paris, he watched the workers return from their shifts, their faces blackened with soot, their eyes fixed on nothing. He saw in them something sacred, not in their suffering, but in their endurance. And as he walked among them, invisible and inspired, he felt it. The faint, terrifying certainty that the age of smoke had created its own prophet. Friedrich Engels entered Marx's life like a mirror, one that reflected not theory, but reality. They met in Paris in 1844, in a small cafe clouded with smoke and debate. Marx, the exiled philosopher, and Engels, the factory heir who had seen hell built from profit. Between them sparked a bond that would outlast revolutions and exile alike. Engels had grown up in the shadow of industry. His father owned textile mills in Barmen, Germany, and in Manchester, the beating heart of the Industrial Revolution. But while his family worshipped progress, Engels saw what it cost. He walked through the narrow alleys of Manchester, past rows of blackened brick where families slept 5 to a room. He watched children pale with factory dust and men crushed by endless labour. He wrote down everything he saw, every cough, every scar, and turned it into testimony. His book, The Condition of the Working Class in England, stripped away the illusions of industry. It described not the triumph of civilization, but its wound, a system that turned human beings into extension of machines. It is not work that kills, he wrote, but the conditions of work. When Marx read it, he found the missing piece of his philosophy. Engels had given him proof that the sickness of society was not moral or accidental. It was structural. The world had been built upon the exploitation of those who made it. When they finally met, they spoke for hours. Not as strangers, but as if continuing a conversation that history itself had begun. Both believed that philosophy had been trapped in abstraction, while life was bleeding in the streets. Engels' experience grounded Marx's thought. Marx's intellect gave Engels' outrage direction. Together, they forged a partnership where one supplied the evidence and the other the language of revolution. They lived simply, often in poverty. Marx's family survived on meagre income, much of it secretly sent by Engels, who continued to work within his father's business, the very system he despised, so that Marx could write freely. Without Engels, Marx would later say, I could not have written a line. Their friendship was not sentimental. It was forged from shared struggle. Both men argued endlessly about theory, about tactics, about the meaning of freedom. But beneath the disagreements lay an unshakable faith in one another's conviction. Together, they became one voice, the philosopher and the witness. It was during these years that their ideas began to crystallize. They studied every movement of history and saw a pattern, not divine, but human. Every society, they concluded, was divided by ownership. The ruling class controlled the means of production, land, tools, machines, while the rest were forced to sell their labour to survive. This conflict between classes was not a mistake of civilization, but its engine. They called it historical materialism, the belief that history moves through economic struggle, not moral evolution. Religion, politics, Even art was shaped by this base, each reflecting the balance of power beneath. To understand humanity, one had to follow the path of labour. In the dim light of rented rooms, they wrote feverishly. Letters flew between Brussels and Manchester, pages filled with outlines, arguments, equations. They dreamed of a world where the worker would no longer be a tool of profit, but a participant in creation. By 1847, they were ready to turn philosophy into declaration. They joined the Communist League, a small circle of radicals who believed that the world could be changed by words. The League asked them to write its manifesto, a summary of their beliefs. They accepted. That winter, in a cramped London apartment, they began to write. Marx held the pen, but Engels was always beside him. Their words carried the force of a new scripture. A spectre is haunting Europe, the spectre of communism. The Communist Manifesto was more than argument. It was poetry forged in fire. It spoke to workers in every language that they were not victims but makers, not forgotten, but essential. It declared that the struggle of classes was the history of the world, and that the workers of all nations must unite. When the pamphlet was printed in early 1848, few realised what had been unleashed. But in those 30 pages lay the seed of a century. Marx and Engels did not see themselves as prophets. They were witnesses, men who had looked into the furnace of modern life and refused to look away. They believed that the world could be remade, not by faith or charity, but by the hands of those who had built it all along. And so, the philosopher and the industrial heir became brothers in exile, one wielding reason, the other resolve. Their friendship was not a comfort, it was a pact, a shared vow to hold a mirror to power, until power saw its own reflection, and through that reflection to awaken the worker, the sleeping author of history. In the winter of 1847, London was grey with smoke and rain. In a small rented room above Dean Street, Karl Marx sat at a wooden desk, writing by the dim light of a dying candle. Friedrich Engels paced behind him, dictating, refining, arguing, shaping each sentence until it struck like a hammer. They had been asked to write a simple statement for the Communist League, a summary of their beliefs, their goals, their vision. What emerged was something else entirely. It was not a pamphlet. It was prophecy. A spectre is haunting Europe, the spectre of communism. The opening line was thunder. Every word that followed carried the weight of centuries. The Communist Manifesto was a call, not just to revolution, but to awareness. It declared that the history of all societies was the history of class struggle, the endless conflict between those who owned and those who obeyed. The old world, it said, was built on the exploitation of labour, on the silent theft of human time. But history, like a tide, would not obey forever. The oppressed would awaken. The worker would see himself not as a victim, but as a maker. It was a book born from exile, hunger, and conviction, written not in comfort, but in defiance. Marx's family barely survived those years. Their children fell ill, their debts grew, yet he refused to stop writing. Engels sent what money he could, still trapped in his father's business, hiding his rebellion beneath the appearance of loyalty. When they finished the manuscript in early 1848, the printing press whirred through the night. Thin pages emerged, damp with ink, carrying words that would outlive empires. The first copies were distributed quietly among workers' groups in Germany and France. Many who read it did not yet understand what they held, but they felt it. The text spoke directly to their exhaustion, their silent rage, their longing to be seen. Within weeks, Europe erupted. From Paris to Vienna, from Berlin to Budapest, revolutions broke like storm waves. The manifesto did not cause them. It simply arrived at the exact moment the world was ready to listen. Barricades rose, flags were carried, and for a fleeting instant, it seemed that history itself had caught fire. The ruling classes panicked. Kings fled their capitals. Armies filled the streets. The press banned the manifesto. Governments hunted its authors. Marx was expelled again. His writing seized. His name whispered like a curse. Yet the words could not be buried. They had already escaped into memory, copied, reprinted, carried by travellers and dreamers. For the first time, workers began to see themselves not as isolated individuals, but as part of a single class. The idea of solidarity, of shared purpose, took form. It was not a weapon yet, but it was a language. And language, Marx knew, could change everything. The revolutions of 1848 were crushed. The kings returned, the workers retreated, the streets grew quiet again. But beneath that silence, the world was not the same. The old order had felt its own fragility. The poor had glimpsed their strength. Marx and Engels fled again, settling once more in London, tired, penniless, but unbroken. They had seen both the power and the cost of awakening. The manifesto had not toppled kingdoms, but it had named their sickness. And that, Marx believed, was the beginning of the cure. In the dim fog of Soho, he rewrote his notes, expanding his vision. His exile became his laboratory. Surrounded by poverty, he studied capitalism like a living organism, dissecting its organs of profit, its bloodstream of trade, its heart of labour. Every injustice he saw confirmed what the manifesto had declared. That modern civilization, for all its brilliance, stood upon the quiet suffering of its builders. The Communist Manifesto became his first thunderclap, the signal that an idea had entered the world, one that could never again be unspoken. It was banned, burned, and condemned, but it survived precisely because it was true. And though Marx did not know it then, he had written not just a document, but a mirror that would travel through time, across nations, wars, and ideologies, reflecting both hope and horror, triumph and betrayal. For now, the world turned away, pretending the words had faded. But the spectre remained, waiting patiently, as all great ideas do. History had heard its first whisper of revolution, and the silence before the storm was over. The machine was humanity's most beautiful mistake. It began as a dream, the dream of liberation, a tool to ease the weight of labour, to multiply the power of hands and minds. The age of invention was filled with hope. Men spoke of endless productivity, of wealth without hunger, of progress without end. For the first time in history, mankind seemed to command the elements themselves. Steam, iron, coal, these were no longer mere materials, but symbols of control. The locomotive roared across continents, the telegraph carried words faster than thought, and the factory transformed raw matter into miracle. The world seemed to have no limits. But the dream, as Marx would later write, contained its own betrayal. The more the machine promised to serve man, the more man came to serve it. In every industrial city, the machine became the new centre of life, its rhythm defining all others. Bells, whistles, and clocks dictated when to wake, when to eat, when to sleep. The worker's heartbeat was replaced by the ticking of gears. Time itself, once the measure of life, became the measure of value. Factories spread like empires, consuming space, air, and silence. Inside them, thousands laboured without pause, each motion timed, each mistake costly. The machine demanded precision. It tolerated no fatigue, no thought, no deviation. To keep pace with it required not only strength, but surrender. Marx saw this as more than economic change. It was spiritual. For in learning to control nature, humanity had lost its own nature. The craftsman who once took pride in creation now produced what he would never own, what he might never even see complete. Work became repetition. Identity dissolved into process. The machine was not evil. It was indifferent. It asked nothing of men but their energy, and in return it offered survival. Yet in this transaction, something essential was lost. The bond between creator and creation. The worker became a stranger to his own work, alienated from the world he made. Marx called this Entfremdung, alienation. To him, it was the defining wound of modern life. The worker no longer belonged to his labour. His labour belonged to someone else. The factory owner owned the product, the process, the time, even the exhaustion. The worker sold not what he made, but what he was, his ability to work. This, Marx wrote, was the true inversion of the modern world. The machine created to serve had become the master, and humanity, the master of matter, had become its servant. Yet this system produced wonders. Cities rose like monuments to ambition. Railways stitched nations together. Bridges defied rivers and gravity alike. Economies grew, wealth multiplied, and for the first time, entire populations depended on industry to survive. To question the machine was to question civilization itself. Sail, beneath the hum of progress, unrest brewed. Workers felt the contradiction in their bones, the exhaustion that no wage could cure. They began to realize that their suffering was not failure, but function. The machine's perfection required their sacrifice. And as they looked at the gleaming engines that ruled their lives, a quiet resentment took root. The owners, the bourgeoisie, dismissed this discontent as weakness. They called the workers ungrateful, uneducated, replaceable. But the truth was simpler and more dangerous. For once, a man understands that the world depends on his labour, he begins to see his chains. To Marx, this awareness was the beginning of revolution, not an uprising of weapons, but of understanding. The worker, by recognising his role in the system, would come to see that he held its true power. The machine, after all, could not move without him, but the owners could not imagine a world without their control. They built their comfort on ignorance, their progress on silence, and so they ensured that the worker remained too tired to think, too afraid to speak. They gave him just enough to survive, and called it prosperity. Still, the cracks were forming. In the taverns and alleys, in the whispered complaints between shifts, the first tremors of collective thought began. Men who had never met began to share the same anger, the same strange feeling that the world had gone wrong in a way they could not yet name. And Marx, now deep in study, exiled in London, listened. He watched the empire of the machine expand, consuming continents, and knew that it carried within it the seeds of its own undoing. For every gear that turned, another heart began to question its cost. The dream of the machine had changed the face of the earth. But what it truly revealed was not man's mastery. It was his reflection. For in its cold precision, its endless hunger, and its silence, the machine had shown man what he was becoming. Time was once a rhythm of nature. Sunrise, work, rest, and sleep. It flowed with the turning of the earth, not the ticking of a clock. But the Industrial Revolution broke that rhythm. It captured time, divided it, and sold it back to those who once owned it freely. The machine devoured time. It turned hours into units, minutes into value, seconds into loss or gain. The factory no longer measured what a man made. It measured how long he worked. Wages became the price of hours, not the worth of skill. The day, once sacred and personal, became property. To the capitalist, this was progress. Time harnessed, ordered, profitable. To the worker, it was quiet enslavement. Each morning, he surrendered his hours to a clock that did not tick for him. Every minute belonged to someone else. Marx saw this with brutal clarity. He wrote that under capitalism, labour had been reduced to abstract time, measurable, exchangeable, stripped of meaning. A man was no longer a maker, but a vessel of duration. His value was not in who he was, or what he could create, but in how many hours his body could endure. This was the invisible theft at the heart of modern life, the theft of time itself. The factory owner understood this better than anyone. Profit was born not from innovation or genius, but from the difference between what labour produced and what it was paid for. The worker might spend 12 hours making goods worth 10 times his wage, but the surplus belonged to the master. Marx called it surplus value, the lifeblood of capitalism. Every empire, every company, every fortune rested on that small, silent equation, paying a man less than the value he creates. The owners spoke of efficiency, of progress, of civilization. But beneath their rhetoric was arithmetic, the calculation of exhaustion. A shorter rest meant longer work. Longer work meant greater output. The machine did not know mercy, and neither did its masters. As industries expanded, so did time's tyranny. Cities began to live by factory schedules. Bells rang through the streets at dawn, signalling the start of shifts. Children learned the sound before they learned to read. Shops opened and closed by the same rhythm, and soon, even those who did not work the machines were caught in their pulse. The clock had become civilization's greatest invention, and its quietest weapon. Marx saw that the machine had transformed not only labour, but life itself. The worker's body became an instrument of measurement, his mind an extension of the schedule. Rest was rationed, leisure commodified, dreams delayed until they could be afforded. Humanity had entered a contract with time, and time had won. Even outside the factories the same logic spread. Railways demanded timetables, offices required punctuality, schools trained children to obey the clock. Society was synchronized, efficient, and anxious. For once time became money, no one could ever have enough of it. This was the true genius of capitalism. It turned necessity into devotion. The worker laboured to survive, the owner to expand, and both became prisoners of the same ticking god. The system did not need chains, it needed deadlines. But Marx also saw hope hidden within this precision. For the same system that exploited time also made it visible. It revealed how deeply power depended on the worker's hours, on his willingness to continue selling his life piece by piece. If he ever stopped, if he ever refused, the world would halt. Awareness, Marx believed, was the first revolution. The worker did not need to storm palaces. He only needed to understand that time was his true possession. Yet understanding came slowly. Centuries of submission do not fade overnight. The workers were still learning to speak their suffering, to name their weariness. Unions began to form, small, fragile circles of defiance. They demanded shorter hours, fair wages, dignity. Their motto was simple and immortal: 8 hours for work, 8 hours for rest, 8 hours for what we will. It was a demand for balance, a rebellion against time itself. The owners mocked them. Economists warned of ruin. Priests preached obedience. But the whisper of equality had begun, and whispers, when shared, become thunder. Marx knew that capitalism could not survive without endless time to consume. Every machine needed motion. Every factory needed hours to feed it. The moment the worker reclaimed his time, the system would begin to starve. For in the end, it was not wealth that powered the world. It was time. And the one who owned time owned everything. The factory did more than consume bodies. It consumed meaning. In its endless motion, something sacred began to fade, the connection between what man made and what man was. For centuries, work had been a form of identity. The farmer shaped the soil, and in doing so shaped himself. The craftsman poured his soul into the object of his hands, seeing in it a reflection of his own thought, his own care. Labour was not only survival, it was expression. It gave life rhythm, dignity, and purpose. But the industrial age broke that mirror. In the factory, a man no longer created, he repeated. He no longer owned what he built, he served it. His work no longer bore his name. It bore the name of the company, the brand, the master. The thing he produced was taken from him the moment it existed. Marx called this alienation, the estrangement of man from his own labour. To be alienated, he wrote, was not simply to be poor. It was to be divided against oneself. The worker became a stranger in his own creation. He produced the world, yet the world stood against him. He built the factory, yet the factory owned him. He gave life to the machine, yet the machine dictated his life. This separation, Marx believed, was the defining wound of modern civilization, a sickness so deep that most no longer felt it consciously. It had become normal to be divided, to live two lives, one that worked and one that waited. In the first life, the worker existed for others, for wages, for schedules, for survival. In the second, he existed for himself, but that self grew smaller each day, worn thin by exhaustion. The result was a quiet despair, one that filled the cities like smog. Men and women returned home each night with their bodies intact, but their spirit hollowed. They spoke less, dreamed less, loved less. The rhythm of labour had replaced the rhythm of living. Marx saw that this alienation was not accidental, it was structural. The system required it. If the worker felt too deeply, if he saw too clearly, he might ask questions that the factory could not answer. So, the system numbed him with repetition and necessity. It kept him alive, but never awake. Religion offered comfort, promising reward beyond this life. The state offered order, promising protection. But neither could give back what the worker had lost: the joy of creation, the pride of belonging, the unity of self and world. And yet, Marx did not see the worker as a victim. He saw him as the key. Because alienation, once recognized, becomes awareness. And awareness is the first step toward power. In his notebooks, Marx wrote that the worker's suffering contained within it the seed of revolution. For through his labour, The worker understood reality more honestly than any philosopher. He lived the truth that others only theorized. He knew what it meant to give life to a world that refused to give back. It was this knowledge, earned through pain, that would one day awaken the class consciousness Marx foresaw. The worker, realizing that his alienation was shared by millions, would see that his loneliness was not personal, but political. And from that shared realization, solidarity would be born. Still, Marx warned that this awakening would not come easily. A man cannot reclaim what he has forgotten without first facing what he has become. The worker, before freeing himself, would have to confront the reflection that the machine had made of him, the obedient, mechanical, replaceable version of himself. To overcome alienation was to rediscover humanity, not in wealth or status, but in purpose, in the act of creating for one another rather than against one another. Marx imagined a future where labour would no longer divide man from himself, but unite him with the world again, where work would be an expression of life, not the price of it. That dream was far away, but it had begun to take shape in the margins of thought and in the murmurs of the poor. Every strike, every union, every refusal to bow completely to the clock was a small rebellion against alienation. The system could measure labour, but it could not measure meaning. It could purchase hours, but not purpose. And somewhere in the hum of the machine, that truth still lingered, faint but unkillable. For even the most obedient worker, at least once in his life, would look at what he built and feel a spark of recognition. The quiet memory that it was his hands that made the world move. And that moment, Marx believed, was where revolution truly began. Not in violence, but in remembering. Marx once wrote that capital is not a thing, it is a relationship. It lives between people, not in objects. It is not gold, or land, or machines. It is the invisible thread that binds those who own to those who must obey. To understand the modern world, he said, one must understand this relationship, the hidden architecture of dependence. For behind every transaction lies a question of power, and behind every price a story of labour unseen. Capital begins with labour, with the simple act of work. The worker sells his time to the owner in exchange for a wage. It appears fair, an exchange of value for value. But beneath this surface lies the deception that defines the age. The worker creates more value in a day than he is paid for. That surplus, the unpaid labour, becomes profit. This difference, small and constant, is the heartbeat of capitalism. It is what builds factories, funds empires, and creates the illusion of growth. Every monument of wealth stands upon the hours that were never returned. No whip is needed, no chains. Only a contract, a clock, and a need to survive. The worker signs willingly because he must. The owner buys time cheaply because he can. And the exchange, repeated billions of times, becomes the foundation of civilization. Marx called this surplus value, and it was his key to unlocking the secret of capital. The factory owner, he wrote, purchases labour as one might purchase any other commodity. But labour is different. It is the only commodity that can produce more value than it costs. That excess, extracted from the worker's effort, becomes the fuel of accumulation. And so the system feeds on itself. Profit demands reinvestment. Reinvestment demands expansion. Expansion demands more labour, more markets, more machines. Capitalism must grow or collapse. It cannot stand still. This restlessness, Marx believed, was both its genius and its doom. For in its drive to produce endlessly, it must also consume endlessly, not only resources, but lives. It turns the earth into material, time into currency, and human creativity into motion without meaning. Every factory becomes a node in this great circulation, where wealth flows upward and fatigue flows down. The owners or bourgeoisie grow rich not because they work, but because they own the means of production. The factories, the tools, the systems through which labour must pass. The workers, or proletariat, own nothing but themselves, and even that, for most hours of the day, belongs to someone else. This relationship defines all others. It shapes law, politics, morality, even thought. The state, Marx argued, does not stand above society. It reflects the interests of those who control production. Culture itself adapts to justify inequality. Religion sanctifies obedience. Education trains efficiency. And art, when not rebellious, decorates the walls of power. It was a revelation both thrilling and terrible, for it meant that the world was not ruled by destiny, but by design. A design that could, in theory, be undone. If capital was a relationship, then so was its destruction. The liberation of labour would not come through charity, but through collective reorganisation, the worker reclaiming what was always his. Yet Marx also saw the paradox. Capitalism was not simply oppression, it was transformation. It had achieved what no previous system had. It had connected the globe, dissolved feudal hierarchies, and unleashed humanity's creative force. It had made revolution possible by revealing its own contradictions. Capitalism, he wrote, produces its own gravediggers. For every machine that made life easier also made the worker more aware of his power. Every crisis exposed the instability beneath the promise of progress. Every boom was followed by a collapse, each one teaching the same lesson, that the system could not sustain its hunger forever. The genius of capital was that it hid its fragility behind abundance. Shiny goods filled the markets, the cities glittered with success, and yet, beneath it all, scarcity remained. The poor could see luxury but never reach it. Desire became endless, satisfaction temporary. In this tension, Marx saw not despair, but inevitability. The structure of profit would eventually turn against itself. Too efficient, too concentrated, too exposed. The machine, built to liberate man, would finally reveal the truth, that it was man who kept it alive. When that realization came, when the worker understood that his labour created not only wealth, but the very world itself, history, Marx believed, would turn. Until then, capital would continue its restless march, feeding upon the hours of the living, building monuments to motion. The owners would praise it as progress, and the workers would endure it as fate. But beneath the hum of the machine, another rhythm was forming. Slow, patient, inevitable. The heartbeat of those who made everything, waiting to take it back. Every system carries its own shadow. Even the machine, flawless in its precision, could not escape the memory of those who built it. By the mid-19th century, capitalism stood triumphant. The factories roared, the markets expanded, and the world itself seemed to spin faster beneath the weight of progress. Railways linked oceans, telegraphs conquered distance, and new fortunes rose from smoke. The modern age had found its rhythm, profit as pulse, growth as gospel. But beneath the noise, something else was stirring. A presence, invisible, patient, haunted the gears. Marx called it the spectre. Not of communism yet, but of conscience, the awareness that every triumph carried its own debt. The more the system succeeded, the more clearly it revealed the cost of its success. The cities gleamed, but their light was paid for by unseen hands. In the great mills and mines, the worker had become a function. He existed as part of a process that would continue without him. The machine did not know his name, only his number. He could be replaced, dismissed, forgotten, yet the machine could not breathe without him. That contradiction, Marx believed, was the ghost in the gears. Capitalism was haunted by its creators. Every product bore the trace of a life reduced. Every fortune carried the echo of a clocked hour that once belonged to someone else. Progress itself became a kind of haunting, the ghost of time, transformed into value. The owners tried to silence this presence with comfort and spectacle. They built grand exhibitions, glass palaces of invention, where the wonders of modern industry were displayed like miracles. They spoke of destiny, of civilization's triumph over nature. But even there, beneath the glitter of machines, the human face appeared, blurred, distant, faint. The workers, too, began to feel this haunting. They saw their reflection in the glass of the factory windows, hollow-eyed, anonymous, surrounded by things they had made but could never afford. They began to realize that the machine was not just outside them, it was inside them. Its rhythm had become their own. This was the final stage of alienation, when man no longer noticed his chains, because they moved in time with his heartbeat. The system did not need cruelty to control him, it needed routine, and yet, in that sameness, consciousness began to grow. In every tired conversation at the end of a shift, in every glance exchanged over the factory floor, the worker began to recognize himself in others. He began to see that his suffering was shared, that his life was not an accident but a pattern. That realization was the ghost's whisper, the beginning of awareness. Marx wrote that the power of capitalism lies in its invisibility. It hides in normalcy. It convinces its victims to defend it, to see it as natural, eternal. But no illusion lasts forever. Every cycle of production and collapse reveals the truth, that the system is not self-sustaining. It is sustained by the very people it exploits. Each crisis of the market, each downturn and depression is the machine remembering what it tried to forget, that beneath the numbers are lives, and beneath profit lies pain. As Marx watched the booms and collapses of Europe, he saw these crises not as accidents, but as symptoms. The system was devouring itself, producing faster than it could consume, building wealth that could not be shared. The ghost was not a threat from outside. It was the return of what capitalism had denied, the humanity at its core. And so Marx wrote of the coming storm, not as prophecy, but as inevitability. The gears would one day grind to a halt, not by force, but by exhaustion. When the machine could no longer hide its dependence on the worker, the illusion would break. For now, the world marched on. The owners grew richer, the cities larger, the machines louder. But the silence between their turning began to deepen, the silence of thought, of memory, of realization. History, Marx believed, was not a straight line of progress, but a circle of forgetting and remembering. Each age built its gods, worshipped them, and then was destroyed by them. The machine was only the latest idol, a creation that believed itself eternal. But every machine stops eventually. And when it does, the ghosts that kept it alive begin to speak. The machine was perfect, but perfection, Marx knew, is only another word for death. By the winter of 1848, Europe was trembling. Factories roared by day, but at night the cities whispered. The air was heavy with the scent of smoke and hunger. In every tavern, in every meeting hall, in every restless silence, the same thought flickered, that the world could no longer go on as it was. The age of machines had created wealth beyond imagining, yet most still lived in want. Progress had built palaces of iron, but beneath them the streets were filled with dust and desperation. The worker was exhausted, the student enraged, the thinker impatient. Kings clung to crowns grown brittle with time. And then came the whisper, the line that would echo through centuries. A spectre is haunting Europe, the spectre of communism. The Communist Manifesto had crossed borders like wildfire. Smuggled through ports, translated in secret, read aloud in back rooms lit by candlelight. Its words gave voice to what millions already felt but could not name. Marx and Engels had written it as a declaration, not a prophecy. They had no armies, no power, only conviction. But the timing was perfect. The world was dry tinder, and their words were the spark. In Paris, workers poured into the streets, tearing down the symbols of monarchy. In Vienna, students built barricades from furniture and stones. Berlin rose, Milan followed, and for a brief moment it seemed that history itself had opened its eyes. The revolutions of 1848 were not one uprising, but many. A continent catching fire all at once. The people demanded bread, rights, dignity, representation. They did not speak in one voice, but they spoke against one order. The old, unyielding hierarchy that had turned human life into labour and obedience. Marx watched the flames from exile, both exhilarated and cautious. He knew revolutions were not born from purity, but from pressure, from the unbearable weight of systems that refused to change. He wrote feverishly, analysing each upheaval as it unfolded. To him, the revolts were proof of his thesis, that history moved through struggle, and that no structure built on exploitation could endure forever. But he also saw the limits. The revolutions were fierce, but fragile. They lacked unity. The workers wanted justice, the middle class wanted opportunity, the students wanted freedom. Each fought their own battle, and the ruling powers, though shaken, were patient. They waited, regrouped, and returned with force. By the end of the year, the revolutions had begun to falter. Paris was subdued, Vienna recaptured, Berlin silenced. The barricades were torn down, the presses seized, the dream deferred once more. For Marx, this failure was not defeat. It was revelation. The revolutions had proven that power could be challenged, but not by passion alone. The worker, he saw, could not rely on others to lead his struggle. The emancipation of the working class must be the act of the working class itself. This became his creed. From the ashes of 1848, Marx began to build a new kind of movement, not just revolt, but revolution with memory. A revolution that understood why others had failed. He wrote that the old world had collapsed not because of tyranny, but because of contradiction. Because it could not reconcile its promises with its practices. The kings spoke of progress while guarding privilege. The bourgeoisie spoke of freedom while exploiting the labour that sustained them. The system, in its attempt to appear just, had revealed its injustice to all. The manifesto once seen as madness, now read like a map. It explained not just the cause of suffering, but its pattern. How capitalism's own success would make it unsustainable. Each crisis, each revolution, was a rehearsal for the next. In the years that followed, Marx would refine his vision, no longer as a cry of outrage, but as a science of history. He studied the rise and fall of nations as one might study tides, patient, methodical, certain that another wave would come. And yet, even in analysis, the poet in him remained. He saw in the failure of 1848 not despair, but dignity, the moment humanity glimpsed its own potential, even if only after a breath. The fires had burned out, but the warmth endured. The kings returned to their thrones. The workers went back to their looms. But something had changed forever. The people had learned that authority was not divine. It was human, and therefore mortal. The spectre that haunted Europe did not vanish with the revolts. It simply waited, in the minds of thinkers, in the dreams of labourers, in the quiet certainty that history had already shifted. For once an idea has been spoken, it cannot be buried. And once a spectre begins to walk, it never stops. After the revolutions of 1848 collapsed, Europe fell silent again. The smoke cleared, the kings returned, and the flags of rebellion were folded away. The dream had burned bright but brief, leaving behind nothing but exile and memory. Among the exiles was Karl Marx. Driven from one country after another, he found himself in London, the empire's heart, yet also its underworld. He arrived with his wife Jenny, their children, and almost nothing else. They lived in poverty so deep that at times they could not afford bread, candles, or even burial for their lost infants. Yet in that poverty, Marx began his richest work. London was a paradox, a city of endless wealth built upon invisible misery. The streets glowed with gaslight, but beneath them sewers overflowed and alleys swarmed with hunger. The factories along the Thames never slept. Their smoke hung over the city like a permanent dusk. It was, Marx thought, the perfect laboratory, the heart of capitalism laid bare. Here he would study the system not as an observer, but as a patient examining his own disease. Each morning he walked to the British Museum reading room, a vast hall of silence and dust, and sat beneath its dome, surrounded by the ghosts of empire. Ancient coins, manuscripts, relics of conquest. He filled notebooks until his fingers ached, tracing the movement of money and goods through the veins of the world. He read economists, philosophers, and ledgers until their numbers blurred into patterns. He was no longer just the poet of revolution. He was becoming its anatomist. From this discipline, Das Kapital began to take shape, not as a call to arms, but as a map of power. Marx sought to reveal capitalism's internal logic, its hidden machinery. He wanted to show that the system's cruelty was not a mistake, but a mechanism, that exploitation was not a moral failure, but the very engine of the modern world. The work consumed him. He wrote and rewrote entire chapters, often until dawn, coughing from the damp London air. Engels, still in Manchester, continued to support him, sending money, letters, and encouragement. Without Engels, Marx would have starved. Without Marx, Engels would have remained only a witness to injustice. Together, even apart, they remained one mind, one rhythm of resistance. Marx's exile became prophecy. He had lost every worldly thing, home, comfort, recognition, but gained a clarity no comfort could provide. He saw the future moving in the same direction as the past, toward greater concentration of wealth, greater alienation of the worker, and eventually inevitable revolt. Capitalism, he wrote, creates its own negation. The more it succeeds, the more it destroys the conditions that allow it to survive. In his notebooks, he drew diagrams of circulation, arrows, loops, cycles, the anatomy of money in motion. He saw capital not as an object, but as a living process, constantly feeding and consuming itself. He realized that the system's beauty was also its curse. It could never rest. It had to expand endlessly or collapse entirely. Yet amid the precision, his writing still burned with poetry. He spoke of dead labour, the labour of past generations, embodied in machines, feeding upon the living labour of the present. The factory, to him, was a vampire, thriving on the lifeblood of its workers. His metaphors were not decoration, they were truth disguised as imagery. Marx was both scientist and seer. He built his theory from evidence, but his vision from empathy. He felt the pulse of humanity inside the numbers. He saw that the suffering of millions was not random. It was patterned, predictable, even mathematical. And in that pattern, he found prophecy. He wrote that capitalism would one day reach the edges of the world, binding every nation into one system of trade and dependence. It would create unprecedented wealth and unprecedented inequality. The world would grow smaller, faster, more connected, yet more divided than ever. But he also believed that within that global network lay hope. For the same forces that unified the world in commerce would one day unite it in struggle. In his cold London room, surrounded by papers, Marx could not have known how accurate his vision would become. He only knew that he was describing not a distant future, but a living present that the world refused to see. Exile had not silenced him, it had refined him. He no longer needed the barricades. His weapon was understanding. He had been a revolutionary by fire. Now he was one by thought. And in his solitude, he realized something profound. That the most powerful revolutions begin not with shouting, but with seeing. Karl Marx died in 1883, in the same city that had both buried and preserved him, London. Only a handful of mourners stood at his grave. The world did not notice his passing. His books gathered dust, his theories dismissed as relics of failed revolutions. But ideas, unlike empires, do not die, they wait. In the decades after his death, Europe changed again. Machines multiplied, cities swelled, and the poor, far from disappearing, grew more restless. The promises of industry had failed to reach them. The rich spoke of progress. The worker still lived in the shadow of the factory. The world Marx had described continued to unfold exactly as he had foretold. By the turn of the century, new voices began to speak his name. In Russia, where peasants still bowed before czars and priests, a young revolutionary named Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, Lenin, read Das Kapital like scripture. He found in Marx not a dream, but a diagnosis, a map of power that explained his country's suffering. Russia was a world of opposites, vast wealth and endless hunger, gold palaces and frozen fields. It was the old world wrapped around a new one, ready to tear. To Lenin, Marx's writings revealed not just Europe's history, but Russia's destiny. If capitalism was the final stage of exploitation, then Russia, half feudal and half industrial, stood on the edge of something new, a bridge between centuries. Lenin was not a philosopher. He was a strategist, a man of will and discipline. Where Marx had dissected, Lenin organised. He believed that theory without movement was impotence, and movement without theory was chaos. From exile in Switzerland, he began to gather the discontented, workers, soldiers, dreamers, the poor, and shape them into a weapon. He called it the vanguard, a party of the conscious few who would awaken the unconscious many. Marx had believed revolution would come naturally, born of awareness and necessity. Lenin believed it must be guided, pushed into being by those who understood the system's core. He transformed Marxism from a philosophy into a plan. The First World War became his proof. Millions of workers, the same class that produced every weapon, every uniform, every bullet, were slaughtered in the name of kings and capital. Marx's words echoed louder with each cannon blast. The ruling class will drown the world in its own contradictions. By 1917, Russia could bear no more. The winter was long, the bread was gone, and the soldiers refused to fight. The old empire cracked open. Lenin returned from exile, crossing a continent in a sealed train, an idea in motion, unstoppable. In Petrograd, the revolution began not with gunfire, but with hunger. Crowds filled the streets, chanting not for glory, but for bread and peace. Lenin climbed onto a platform and declared the impossible: all power to the Soviets. It was the moment Marx's ghost opened its eyes again. Factories stopped. Soldiers joined workers. The old government fled. And for the first time in history, the working class, the very people Marx had called the makers of the world, seized control of a state. The October Revolution was not just a coup, it was a resurrection. Marx's words, once confined to books and cafes, now marched with banners, now ruled armies. The world's first socialist government was born in the ruins of an empire, but victory carried its own danger. Lenin's Russia was starving, isolated and surrounded by enemies. The revolution that promised freedom had to learn survival. The state became both shield and sword. In defending itself, it began to resemble what it had overthrown. Marx had warned of this paradox, that power, even in righteous hands, could corrupt the dream that gave it purpose. But history does not read its warnings, it repeats them. Still, for millions across the globe, 1917 was a miracle. It proved that ideas could outlive their authors, that the powerless could become the architects of destiny. The fire that Marx lit in London's silence now burned across continents. In China, Cuba, and beyond, others began to listen. The spectre had become an inheritance. Lenin would not live to see what his revolution became. He died in 1924, worn by illness and history. But he left behind a new world, divided, uncertain, yet undeniably changed. The philosopher had written the theory, the exile had revealed the system, and the revolutionary had made it real. But in making it real, he had also made it human, and therefore fragile. The fire of Marxism now burned brightly, and already its shadow was beginning to form. When Lenin died in 1924, the revolution stood at a crossroads. His body was laid in a glass tomb in Red Square, preserved as if to promise that the revolution itself would never decay. Crowds passed before him in silence, unsure whether they were mourning a man or worshipping an idea. The Soviet Union was still young, a nation born in hunger, built in ruins. Civil war had torn it apart. Famine stalked its fields. And yet, for the first time, the poor ruled their own history. The dream was alive, but fragile, and in that fragility, ambition began to grow. Among Lenin's followers stood a man of steel, Joseph Stalin. He was not a thinker like Marx, nor a visionary like Lenin. He was something different, a survivor. Quiet, calculating, relentless. He had watched revolutions rise and fall, and he knew that ideals were only as strong as the men who enforced them. While others debated the future, Stalin built it, brick by brick, law by law, purge by purge. He understood what power required: silence, obedience, and fear. Lenin had imagined the state as a temporary tool, a means to protect the revolution until it could dissolve into equality. Stalin made the state permanent, a fortress, not a bridge. He replaced Lenin's fragile democracy of Soviets with an empire of bureaucracy. In the name of Marx, he created a new machine. Factories multiplied, cities swelled, fields were collectivized by force, millions were displaced, imprisoned, or erased. The revolution that had promised to free the worker now demanded his submission. And yet, the Soviet dawn was dazzling. In a single generation, Russia transformed from a feudal backwater into an industrial giant. The trains thundered, the lights burned through the night, the illiterate learned to read, and the world, trembling from depression and war, looked to Moscow as proof that history could be rewritten. Marx's ghost walked the Kremlin halls, but it no longer smiled. The ideals of equality and solidarity had hardened into rituals of loyalty. Posters replaced prayers, portraits replaced saints. The same fervour that once tore down thrones now built them anew, this time draped in red. Still, to millions, the Soviet Union was a miracle. It stood against the cruelty of empire, against the greed of capitalism, against the despair of hunger. It offered hope, even if the hope demanded obedience. From the villages of Asia to the factories of Europe, the word socialism became a beacon. The West called it tyranny. The poor called it justice. And perhaps, in truth, it was both. Stalin saw himself as the keeper of destiny. He believed that Marx's prophecy could not survive chaos, that it needed structure, force, and discipline. He saw terror not as cruelty, but as necessity. You cannot make history, he once said, without breaking a few bones. By the 1930s, those bones were countless. The purges began, quiet at first, then unstoppable. Old comrades disappeared. Entire cities whispered in fear. The revolution that once spoke of freedom now demanded confessions. The machine Marx had warned of had returned. Only now it spoke his name. And yet, for all its darkness, the Soviet dawn cast a light that reached far beyond Russia. In every oppressed nation, in every colonized land, people saw in the hammer and sickle not oppression, but defiance. To them, it was proof that the poor could rise, that the empires could bleed. The world divided itself between two dreams, one of freedom through property, the other of freedom through equality. The Cold War had not yet begun, but the temperature of history was already rising. Inside the Kremlin, Stalin tightened his grip. He turned Marx's call for revolution into a system of control that could outlast its creators. The revolution, once aflame, became an institution, and like all institutions, it began to fear the fire that had birthed it. When Stalin died in 1953, his body too was placed beside Lenin's, two saints of a secular faith. Millions wept, millions sighed with relief. The empire they had built stood vast, powerful and weary. And far below, in the whispers of those who still dreamed, the question remained, was this what Marx had meant? The Russian dawn had risen, but even as it filled the world with light, it carried within it the first shadow of dusk. By the middle of the 20th century, the world had split in two. On one side stood the empires of profit, shining cities of commerce and consumption. On the other, the red banners of socialism, nations that claimed to speak for the workers of the earth. Between them stretched a silence filled with weapons, fear, and faith. Marx's words, once written in exile by candlelight, had become policy. His name was carved into marble, his face printed on coins, his theories quoted in parliaments and prisons alike. What began as rebellion had become reality, and reality, as always, demanded blood. The Soviet Union rose from the ashes of war like a monument of iron. Its factories thundered, its armies marched, its people laboured with a conviction born of both pride and fear. The hammer and sickle waved over half the earth. To its followers, it was the triumph of the worker. To its enemies, the triumph of tyranny. But beneath the pageantry lay a question too large for flags to hide. Had the revolution freed the worker, or merely changed his master? The new world was built upon steel and sacrifice. The Soviet worker toiled not for an owner, but for the state, for the dream of equality, for the ghost of Marx. The farms were collectivized, the industries centralized, the future planned in blueprints and 5-year increments. Everything was measurable, predictable, industrial, even hope. In the name of progress, art became propaganda, history became instruction, and thought itself became regulated. The revolution that once promised liberation had turned into a clock, ticking endlessly toward perfection, but never arriving. Still it achieved wonders. Illiteracy vanished, poverty diminished. Nations once colonized stood tall, armed with pride and ideology. In Asia, Africa, and Latin America, leaders invoked Marx as a weapon against empire. To millions, socialism was not oppression, it was awakening. It gave the poor a language to name their chains. In China, Mao Zedong raised the red flag over 1 billion souls, declaring that the peasants would now write history. In Cuba, Fidel Castro sailed with a handful of rebels and toppled an empire's puppet. Across the globe, revolutions spoke in Marx's vocabulary, though each pronounced his words differently. But every revolution inherits the contradictions of its birth. The system built to destroy hierarchy created its own. The party replaced the monarch, the bureaucracy replaced the church. The worker became a statistic again, no longer exploited by the few, but absorbed by the many. The Cold War was not a clash of good and evil. It was a mirror held between two versions of the same desire, mastery over the world. One sought to own it through markets, the other through plans. Both promised freedom. Both feared dissent. Nuclear fire replaced divine judgment. The world lived under a theology of deterrence, where annihilation was the price of peace. The machine that Marx had once analysed now spanned continents, not industrial, but ideological, its gears made of nations. And yet, within this iron tension, his prophecy still breathed. For even as both systems hardened, the worker remained. He still laboured, still dreamed, still asked the same question. Whose world is this? In the Soviet streets, people marched for ideals they barely believed in. In the capitalist cities, people worked for dreams they could never afford. Both lived within systems that promised abundance, yet delivered anxiety. Marx had foreseen it all. The expansion, the alienation, the worship of progress, the restless hunger for more. But what even he could not imagine was that his own revolution would mirror the very logic it sought to destroy. By the 1970s, the Iron Revolution had begun to rust. The slogans grew hollow, the people weary. The planned future became the stagnant present. Behind the parades and posters, the fire dimmed into embers. Still the world had changed forever. No ruler could claim divinity again. No empire could hide behind destiny. The worker, once invisible, had entered history and would never leave it. Marxism had become more than a theory. It was a mirror in which every age would see itself, its hopes, its fears, its contradictions. Some would call it salvation, others curse it as heresy, but all would feel its presence, like gravity, invisible, undeniable, eternal. The revolution had become iron, unbending, immense, imperfect. And yet, within that metal, something still glowed. Not ideology, not power, but the simple, stubborn truth that had begun it all, that those who build the world deserve to live in it. Marxism had become more than a theory. It was a mirror in which every age would see itself, its hopes, its fears, its contradictions. Some would call it salvation, others curse it as heresy, but all would feel its presence, like gravity, invisible, undeniable, eternal. The revolution had become iron, unbending, immense, imperfect, and yet within that metal something still glowed. Not ideology, not power, but the simple, stubborn truth that had begun it all, that those who build the world deserve to live in it. But embers do not stay buried. From the cold furnaces of Europe, the glow travelled eastward, carried not by philosophers or politicians, but by hunger. Across mountains and oceans it drifted, settling in lands still ruled by empires, in villages where history had never been kind. There, among peasants and poets, students and soldiers, the old idea found new soil. It changed its tongue, its face, its rhythm. And from that soil, another dawn began, red, radiant, restless. The ghost had crossed oceans before, but this time it came east, over mountains, rivers, and rice fields, seeking not the factory worker, but the peasant. In the early 20th century, as Europe mourned its revolutions and empires struggled to keep their crowns, China stood at a crossroads of collapse and awakening. The Qing dynasty had fallen, warlords ruled the provinces, and foreign powers carved the land like a feast they did not cook. China was ancient but exhausted, an empire without an emperor, a civilization with no centre. In the villages, hunger ruled. Fields lay rich with potential yet poor in ownership. Peasants worked land they would never own, harvesting grain that would never feed them. To the West, Marxism had spoken to the factory worker, the modern man of industry. But here, the machine was the plough. The class struggle was not between capital and labour, but between the landlord and the landless. Among the young radicals of Beijing, poets, students, teachers, the words of Marx began to stir. Translated from German to Japanese to Chinese, they arrived as a new scripture, a theory that promised dignity not through empire or gods, but through unity and will. It was not just an idea. It was a bridge between humiliation and hope. In this silence of suffering, one man listened differently. Mao Zedong, a librarian's son from Hunan, read Marx not as an economist, but as a prophet. He saw in the dialectic not just history, but destiny. If the worker could seize the city, he thought, then the peasant could seize the nation. The Communist Party of China was born in a small room in Shanghai in 1921. 13 men, one flickering oil lamp, and a borrowed belief that history could be rewritten from the bottom up. Around them, warlords laughed, empires conspired, and famine whispered through the fields. Yet ideas once lit do not obey their keepers. As the years passed, the party was hunted, driven from cities into mountains, from meetings into marches. The revolution survived not in palaces, but in caves, and with each retreat it grew stronger, fed not by comfort, but by conviction. It was on that long, impossible journey, the Long March of 1934, that the Eastern Spark became a fire. 80,000 men and women walked through ice, desert, and despair. Only a fraction survived, but from their footprints a mythology was born, that endurance could be faith, that the poor could be the architect of destiny. Mao's genius was not military, it was psychological. He transformed Marxism from theory into belief, from critique into culture. He gave it Chinese rhythm, Chinese soil, Chinese hunger. The revolution no longer spoke the language of factories. It spoke the language of famine and harvest, of survival and solidarity. By 1949, after decades of civil war, invasion and exile, the red flag rose over Beijing. The People's Republic of China was declared, not as an imitation of Moscow, but as its own mythology, a civilization reborn through struggle. For the peasants who had tilled others' land for generations, it was revelation. For the world it was astonishment. For the West it was fear. Proof that Marx's ghost could rise again, this time carrying the weight of 1 billion souls. And yet victory carried its paradox. The revolution that began with liberation would soon wrestle with power. The promise of equality would strain under ideology. The voice of the people would echo only what the party allowed. Mao, the visionary, who had spoken for the voiceless, would become the oracle none dared to question. But that was still to come. For now, in the dawn of 1949, the fields shimmered with the hope of the new century. A peasant could stand in his land and say, "This soil is ours." And for a brief, luminous moment, it was true. Across the world, others watched. Students in Havana, rebels in Hanoi, poets in Cairo, all listening to the east wind that carried an old idea in a new tongue. The centre of revolution had shifted. Marx's ghost, once born in the libraries of London and the alleys of Paris, now walked barefoot through rice paddies, whispering to the earth itself, "The world's wheel has turned, and history now rises from the fields." Revolutions are born in hunger, but live on in hope, and hope, once it tastes power, becomes doctrine. The new China awoke to thunderous applause. Across villages, peasants burned the deeds of landlords and buried the symbols of the old world. Posters declared the dawn of equality. Children learned to recite the names of martyrs instead of emperors. For the first time in centuries, the poor were not subjects, they were history's authors. But even the most righteous dream needs order, and order, under revolution, can turn easily into obedience. Mao understood that the victory of arms was only the beginning. To secure the future, he would need to conquer the past, to rewrite memory itself. He saw that power was not just control over land or industry, but over imagination. So he did what prophets do. He turned the struggle into scripture. The peasant gospel began. It was not written in verses, but in slogans, painted on walls and hearts alike. It spoke of struggle and purity, of class as sin and revolution as redemption. Every citizen became a believer, every classroom a temple. The red star replaced the cross. Mao's words replaced prayer. In the countryside, reform swept like wildfire. Landlords were tried in public squares. their estates divided among those who had once bowed before them. For a moment, justice felt tangible. The soil had memory, and it had finally remembered its owners. But justice, once weaponized, can lose its reflection. Neighbours accused neighbours. Loyalty was measured by how loudly one could confess faith in the party. Fear hid behind the mask of devotion. The same revolution that had promised dignity now demanded purity. And purity is a cruel god. Mao called it continuous revolution, the belief that history must always be remade, that comfort breeds decay. He feared that success would harden into complacency, that the revolution would forget its own poverty. So he summoned struggle again, this time not against landlords, but against memory itself. The great leap forward began with dreams of abundance. Steel furnaces rose in backyards. Communes were formed. Families merged into collectives. The people were told they could overtake the West by will alone. But crops do not obey slogans, and iron does not melt for ideology. The field began to fail, the granaries to empty. Millions starved in silence, even as propaganda declared record harvests. Still, belief endured, or at least fear wore its mask. The revolution had become faith, and faith demanded sacrifice. In a land once starved of meaning, people clung to it even as it devoured them. When doubt threatened to surface, Mao invoked struggle once more. The Cultural Revolution. Youth were armed with red books and righteous fury. They marched through universities and villages, denouncing teachers, elders, and even parents. Temples were burned, libraries emptied, art destroyed, all in the name of purification. To be revolutionary was to be young, angry, and pure. The past became poison, and tradition, treason. China turned upon itself, a nation in ecstatic self-exorcism. And yet, beneath the chaos, the idea that had begun in Europe still flickered. The belief in transformation, the faith that humanity could rewrite its fate. Even through tragedy that current endured, because revolutions are not only judged by their failures, but by what survives their fire. When the storm finally settled, and the portrait of Mao hung still over Tiananmen, China stood both broken and reborn. It had paid an unfathomable price. Tens of millions dead, centuries of wisdom erased. Yet it had also awakened a new consciousness, that the people, not dynasties, shaped destiny. In the ruins of idealism, something pragmatic emerged. The dream of equality gave way to the hunger for survival, and the revolution began to reinvent itself as something else. Not a rebellion, but a civilization learning to modernize. Mao's march had ended, but his gospel lingered, not as dogma, but as a rhythm. It pulsed beneath the factories of Shanghai, the farmlands of Sichuan, the universities of Beijing. It had taught 1 billion souls to see themselves as history's subject, not its object. And though the faith had fractured, the flame had spread. From the mountains of China, the red wind travelled westwards, carrying with it the promise and peril of revolution renewed. Across jungles, deserts, and islands, it whispered to the forgotten, "You need not wait for salvation. It can begin with your hands." The red wind crossed the Pacific like a rumour, from the rice fields of Asia to the sugar fields of the Caribbean. It carried not armies, but a vision that history could once again be rewritten by those at its margins. In the 1950s, Cuba was an island of contradictions, tropical beauty bound by foreign chains. Its beaches were playgrounds for the wealthy, its villages starved in the shadow of casinos. The sugar flowed outwards, the profit northward, and the people remained where they always had been, at the bottom of the ship's hold of empire. But even paradise can ferment. In the hills above Santiago, a small band of dreamers gathered, soldiers, students, poets and farmers. They had little but conviction, and a name for their faith, revolution. At their head stood two men whose names would become symbols. Fidel Castro, the strategist with thunder in his voice, and Ernesto Che Guevara, the doctor who had traded medicine for struggle. Che had wandered across Latin America and seen the same wound everywhere, the poor labouring for a world they did not own. Where others saw poverty, he saw pattern. He read Marx like scripture, not for theory, but for meaning, a cure for the sickness of injustice. To Che, revolution was not politics. It was love armed with discipline, compassion made militant. He believed the new world could not be inherited. It had to be born through sacrifice. In 1956, with 82 men aboard a leaking yacht named Granma, they sailed toward destiny. Most were killed or captured upon landing, but a few survived, enough to retreat into the Sierra Maestra Mountains. From those green cathedrals of stone and mist, they began again. The war was not fought in numbers, but in spirit. Villagers fed them, peasants joined them, rumour protected them. The revolution became a whisper that grew into a chorus. Every act of defiance, a bridge blown, a speech shouted, a song sung, echoed across the island like prophecy. By 1959, the impossible had happened. The old regime fell, Batista fled. The guerrillas, dusty and hungry, descended from the mountains as victors. Cuba, small, wounded, luminous, had declared itself free. The world trembled. Here was a revolution born not in industrial centres or great empires, but on an island of sugarcane and song, and at its heart stood a man whose face would soon become the icon of rebellion itself. Che spoke not of power, but of purity, of a humanity reborn through struggle. He called for the new man, a being who laboured not for wage or reward, but for dignity. He believed the revolution could remake not just the world, but the soul. It was a gospel for the age of despair, fierce, moral, and doomed. Because purity and power rarely coexist. Cuba became a beacon and a battleground. Schools, farms, and clinics rose. Literacy replaced ignorance. Poverty receded. But the dream stood surrounded by embargoes, by invasion, by the ever-present shadow of the United States. The revolution learned what every prophet learns, that ideals are easiest to defend before they rule. Che could not stay. Restless and faithful, he left the island he helped free to ignite new fires in the wider world. He travelled to the Congo, then to Bolivia, carrying the same belief, that liberation was not national, but universal. He wrote letters to his comrades. Wherever death may surprise us, let it be welcome, if our battle cry has reached even one receptive ear. In 1967, they captured him in a Bolivian schoolhouse. They executed him, a man armed with a broken rifle and an unbroken faith. His body was buried in secret, his face reborn on 1,000 walls. The martyr of Marxism had found his cross, and like all myths, his death became larger than his life. Across continents, students carried his portrait, workers his words. The revolution had found its saint, not of dogma, but of devotion. Cuba endured, caught between survival and faith. Its story became the world's mirror, proof that even small nations could defy empire, but also that ideals could harden under siege. Yet through it all, the image of Che remained. bearded, defiant, immortal. He was not perfect, no prophet ever is, but his conviction burned clean, that love, when denied justice, must learn to fight. And somewhere, in the smoke of Havana's streets and the green silence of Latin hills, the ghost smiled again. It had taken many forms: philosopher, peasant, prophet, but its message had never changed. Freedom, it whispered, is not given, it is remembered. The empire was dying, but it did not know how to stop. From Cairo to Havana, from Algiers to Delhi, a wind began to rise, the sound of nations breathing for the first time. It was the mid-20th century, and the map was bleeding colour: red for revolution, green for hope, black for freedom. For centuries, the world had been divided between masters and subjects. The colonizers had taken gold, grain, and gods, leaving behind borders drawn in haste and pain. Now, those lines began to tremble. The oppressed had learned a new language, not of prayer, but of power. In the factories of Manchester, Marx had written of the worker and the machine, but in the jungles of Vietnam, the deserts of Algeria, and the mines of Congo, his words found a different meaning. The worker was now the colonized, the machine, the empire itself. Exploitation had simply changed uniform. In 1955, in a small Indonesian city called Bandung, the newly freed nations gathered for the first time. Leaders from Asia and Africa, Nehru, Nasser, Sukarno, Zhou Enlai, stood shoulder to shoulder beneath a banner that read, "Let a new world be born." It was not a communist summit, but the spirit of Marx walked among them, uninvited, undeniable. They spoke of self-determination, solidarity, and dignity, the right to shape destiny without masters. Across continents, the colonial order began to crumble. In Vietnam, Ho Chi Minh invoked Marx and Lenin, but also Confucius and the village. He fought the French, then the Americans, and turned a war of independence into a war for history itself. In Algeria, the FLN rose with the cry, "If we must die, let it be standing." They fought not only for soil, but for soul, to reclaim humanity from centuries of humiliation. In Congo, Patrice Lumumba spoke with fire. "We are no longer your monkeys, nor your children. We are men, and the future belongs to us." His words terrified the West and inspired the world. He did not live long. Revolutionaries seldom do. But his death became scripture for a continent learning to speak in its own voice. From Egypt, Gamal Abdel Nasser nationalized the Suez Canal, a single act that electrified the Third World. He showed that sovereignty was not a gift, it was a seizure. To many, he was no Marxist, yet he embodied Marx's truth, that power must be taken from those who hoard it. Across the Atlantic, in Latin America, Che's dream multiplied. Rebels in Nicaragua, Chile, and Colombia invoked his name. Priests in slums read the gospel of liberation, where Christ and Marx walked hand in hand. Revolution had become religion, and salvation political. The old powers called it contagion. The people called it awakening. From village radios to university halls, the message was the same, that history was not property, and freedom did not require permission. The world was learning that colonialism had never been just about land. It was about the imagination, about who was allowed to dream. Marxism, in its many dialects, gave language to the dreamless. It offered not only rebellion, but recognition. You exist. You matter. You make history. But as the tide rose, it carried contradictions with it. Revolutions demanded unity. Power demanded hierarchy. The very movements that preached equality often hardened into new elites. The old oppressors left, and new ones learned their methods. The gun that had freed nations began to guard palaces. Still, something irreversible had begun. The world was no longer divided between colonizer and colonized. It was divided between those who remembered domination and those who still practiced it. By the 1970s, Marx's ghost had walked across every continent. It had worn 100 faces: Asian, African, Latin, Christian, Islamic, atheist, poet, soldier. It had spoken through manifestos and prayers, through rifles and songs. It had become a language larger than ideology, a vocabulary of dignity. The old empires faded, but their shadows remained. In debt, in trade, in the colour of skin and the price of labour. Freedom, it turned out, was only the beginning of another struggle. Still, the revolution had changed the world's gravity. The poor no longer begged to be heard, they demanded it. The margins had become the mirror. And so, beneath the red flags and green banners, beneath the speeches and the blood, one quiet truth endured. The same truth that had begun in a German library and burned across a century of continents. The world is not divided by destiny, but by design. And what is designed can be remade. Every revolution begins as chorus, and ends as argument. The red flags still waved in the wind, but their meaning had begun to blur. The words that once united continents, freedom, equality, justice, now competed for breath. What had started as the cry of the people was slowly turning into the language of power. By the late 20th century, the great revolutions had aged. China, once the land of barefoot prophets, had begun to trade idealism for industry. The Soviet Union, the elder of them all, was sinking beneath its own weight, crushed not by enemies, but by disbelief. Cuba stood isolated, its hope fading like a mural in the sun. And across Africa and the Middle East, liberation movements, once radiant with purpose, began to devour their own ideals. Marx's ghost still wandered, but now it was weary. It had seen its own children become the rulers it warned against. The dream that had been born in hunger had grown fat on its own victories. In the new capitals of the liberated world, power looked strangely familiar. Palaces replaced plantations, but the gatekeepers were still there. Only the flags had changed. Where there had been landlords, now there were ministers. Where there had been kings, now there were parties. The slogans of the people had become the vocabulary of the state. Even the faithful began to whisper, "Did we win? Or did we just change uniforms?" In the universities of Europe, the philosophers turned again to theory. They debated whether Marxism had failed or fulfilled its purpose. But outside the lecture halls, workers still laboured, peasants still bent over soil, and poverty still spoke the same language in every country. The contradiction was no longer between nations, it was within them. In Africa, leaders who once fought empire now ruled with its tools. The revolution's promise of unity hardened into the paranoia of power. Dissent was branded treason, criticism, imperialism. Ideology became armour. And while some built statues to the revolution, others quietly sold its memory for aid, debt, and foreign deals. In Asia, the Red Dream adapted. China began to open its doors to capital, to merge the discipline of socialism with the appetite of the market. Factories multiplied, skylines rose, and the language of equality was replaced with that of efficiency. The workers had power, in number, not in ownership. The party that once vowed to destroy capitalism had learned to speak its dialect fluently. To the West, it looked like betrayal. To China, it was evolution. The revolution learning to survive by changing shape. And yet, somewhere in those contradictions, the ghost smiled faintly. Perhaps it understood that history was not a single march, but a dialectic. That even corruption was a form of continuation, that every revolution must eventually confront the human heart. In Latin America, the faith burned differently. New prophets rose, teachers, priests, poets, blending Marx and Christ, turning ideology into compassion. They fed children, challenged generals, built schools where dogma had built walls. Their revolutions were not of bullets, but of bread. Many were silenced, but their kindness outlived their killers. By the 1980s, the dream was splintered into fragments, some political, some poetic, some barely surviving in exile. The world had entered a new age of markets and machines. Revolution, once a map of the future, had become a memory. But memory is a strange thing. It does not die. It transforms. The ghost of Marx no longer walked in parliaments or battlefields. It drifted instead through classrooms, street protests, and quiet conversations in forgotten towns. It had become what it was always meant to be, a question that refuses silence. Was the revolution betrayed? Or was betrayal simply part of its design? The cost of trying to turn justice into power? Perhaps both were true. The red horizons had not vanished. They had fractured into thousands of smaller dawns, each one weaker, but more human. The world had changed its gods, its systems, its slogans, but the truth beneath them all still glowed, patient and unresolved. History is not finished. It only waits for those who still believe that the world can be built again. The century opened in flame and settled into ice. The wars had ended, but the peace felt hollow, as if the world had paused only to choose sides. When the smoke cleared over Europe, there were no victors, only survivors, and two empires of conviction. In the West, capitalism emerged dressed as freedom, triumphant, wounded, certain of its virtue. In the East, socialism stood armoured in sacrifice, victorious, paranoid, convinced of its destiny. Between them lay the rest of the world, the third frontier, where both would compete not for land, but for belief. The old empires had fallen, but a new one had risen, an empire not of geography, but of ideology. Its borders were invisible, drawn through language, education, culture, and fear. Every classroom, every headline, every prayer became part of a new front line. The Cold War was not fought for territory, it was fought for the human soul. Each side saw itself as salvation, and the other as sin. The United States called itself the defender of liberty, though its market stretched deeper than its morals. The Soviet Union called itself the vanguard of equality, though its prisons held the proof of power's corruption. Both worshipped progress, and both feared truth. The world became a divided cathedral, with two gods, two gospels, and one fragile congregation, mankind. Berlin became its altar, a city split like an atom, half promised paradise through consumption, half through sacrifice. On one side, neon lights and jazz. On the other, parades and red banners. And in the middle, a wall, grey and merciless, slicing through streets, families, and faiths. Concrete became theology. But the divide was never only material. It was metaphysical. A conflict between two visions of what a human being should be. To the West, the ideal was the individual, sovereign, free, self-made. To the East, the ideal was the collective, united, disciplined, selfless. Each called itself humanist. Each denied the other's humanity. The Cold War was a mirror, and in it, both sides saw what they feared becoming. America feared the loss of liberty. The USSR feared the loss of purpose. And so both built weapons not only to destroy, but to believe. Every missile was an article of faith. Every launch site, a temple of ideology. The age of revolution had ended. The age of deterrence had begun. Children learned to hide under desks from bombs that would never fall. Leaders spoke of peace while stockpiling extinction. Art was censored by patriotism, truth filtered through propaganda. Science itself was split, each side racing to prove its God more powerful. The first satellite, the first astronaut, the first nuclear test, all became rituals in a cosmic competition for moral supremacy. And yet, beneath the threat and triumph, something subtler was happening. The world, for the first time, was becoming truly connected by fear. A single planet, divided by ideology, but united by the knowledge that it could end itself. The Cold War had made humanity conscious of its own fragility. In Moscow and Washington, in Havana and Berlin, men spoke different tongues but dreamed the same nightmare. A flash, a silence, an end too bright to remember. For the first time in history, power had built something it dared not use. The apocalypse had become policy. And in that absurd balance of terror, a strange stability was born. Peace by paralysis. Fear as equilibrium. It was, in a dark way, the first truly global order. The philosophers called it bipolarity. The poets called it madness. But for millions alive between the bombs, it was simply life. Predictable, surveilled, divided, endlessly explained. And through it all, Marx's ghost lingered, unseen but not gone. He no longer haunted barricades or manifestos. He sat quietly between the two empires, watching them argue over his bones. Both claimed him, neither understood him. The revolution that once promised to free the worker had become the blueprint for bureaucracy. The capitalism that once claimed to liberate the market had enslaved it to consumption. The old struggle of labour and capital had become the new theatre of ideology and fear. And somewhere between the blue and the red, the world forgot what it was fighting for. History, the ghost whispered, has frozen. Not in peace, but in panic. Every empire needs a god, and in the second half of the 20th century, the world found two. One was draped in the colour of the sky, vast, open, infinite. The other in the colour of blood, fierce, disciplined, unyielding. They did not worship heaven or earth, but themselves. Their temples were not churches, but nations. Their prayers were not whispered. They were broadcast. The blue god was the god of freedom, of choice, of markets of motion. Its creed was optimism. Its miracle, prosperity. It spoke through advertisements and movies, through jazz and electricity. It promised happiness through ownership, the sacred right to buy one's own deliverance. Its heaven was the suburb, its saints the entrepreneurs. Its cathedral was the mall, the red god was the god of equality, of labour, of unity, of will. Its creed was sacrifice, its miracle, order. It spoke through marches and manifestos, through anthems and silence. It promised justice through obedience, the sacred duty to serve the collective. Its heaven was the commune, its saints the martyrs. Its cathedral was the state, between them stretched the human soul, torn, terrified, seduced. For each side offered not merely safety but meaning. The world had traded old religions for new ones, and faith, as ever, required an enemy. The blue god called the red one a tyrant, cold, humorless, godless. The red god called the blue one a liar, decadent, selfish, blind. Each claimed to liberate humanity. Each demanded absolute belief. And in the tension between them, a strange morality emerged. The enemy became the proof of one's own virtue. Children grew up beneath competing commandments. In the West, believe in yourself. In the East, believe in us. In both, do not question belief. It was not just a war of nations, but of metaphysics. Each side offered its own vision of paradise, and both required the same sacrifice: truth. In Washington, freedom was measured in consumption. In Moscow, virtue was measured in conformity. Both created man in their own image, smiling, obedient, productive. And both feared the same thing: doubt. The blue god ruled with pleasure, the red with purpose. One seduced, the other commanded. But both needed faith to function. Without it, the machine would stall. So faith was manufactured. Propaganda became liturgy. The newspaper replaced the sermon. Cinema replaced scripture. Television became the confessional, a daily ritual where belief was renewed through image. In America, the glowing screen sold dreams of endless motion. Cars, kitchens, colour television, the smiling family framed by comfort. It said, "You are free because you desire." In the Soviet Union, the same screen showed marching workers and golden harvests. It said, "You are free because you belong." Each message different, each meaning identical. You are nothing without us. Even art bent its knee. Painters, poets, and filmmakers became priests of their chosen god. To question beauty was to question loyalty. To fail to inspire was to betray. The artist, once the conscience of civilization, was now its missionary. And yet, in secret, doubt endured. In attics, cafes, and cellars, people whispered forbidden questions. What if both gods were false? What if freedom without justice was hollow, and justice without freedom cruel? Those who asked such questions became heretics. Some vanished into prisons, others into debt, others into silence. But doubt, like faith, is contagious. It spreads quietly in the spaces between slogans. By the 1960s, cracks appeared in both temples. The young began to see the machinery behind the miracles, the napalm behind freedom, the famine behind equality. The blue god was feeding wars, the red god feeding graves. And the faithful began to lose their glow. Yet the leaders prayed louder. They built missiles, monuments, and myths to hide the hollow in their hearts. They smiled for cameras, toasted to peace, and dreamed of annihilation. The gods demanded balance, and balance demanded fear. The Cold War was not a war at all. It was a liturgy, a ritual of perpetual devotion to opposing truths. And in that ritual, humanity became divided not by nation, but by narrative. For in the end, both gods sought the same thing, not victory, but worship. And somewhere, deep in the static between radio stations, the ghost of Marx whispered with bitter amusement, "You have replaced the old heavens with new ones, and still you kneel." It began with curiosity, and ended with control. Science had promised to free humanity from ignorance, but in the Cold War, it became a servant of fear. Every discovery was measured not by wonder, but by advantage. Knowledge had been weaponized. In laboratories and research centres across the divided world, the same minds that had unlocked the atom now sought to unlock the soul. If bombs could destroy cities, perhaps data could prevent rebellion. If missiles could cross continents, perhaps ideas could be intercepted mid-flight. The war for the future would not be fought on battlefields. It would be fought in laboratories, newspapers, and minds. In the West, the blue god turned psychology into prophecy. Corporations and intelligence agencies poured money into understanding desire, how to measure it, guide it, and sell it back to those who felt it. Advertising became the new alchemy, transforming hunger into habit, curiosity into consumption. The marketplace became an instrument of obedience, where choice itself was engineered. Freedom, once sacred, became predictable. The citizen was reimagined as a consumer, and the product as persuasion. Governments learned from businesses, and businesses learned from propaganda. Every image, every word, every silence could be calibrated. A smile could sell a car or a policy. A slogan could win an election or a war. In the East, the red god studied the same mind from another angle. Where the West seduced, the East commanded. Soviet science sought to perfect discipline, the psychology of loyalty, the architecture of obedience. Censorship became medicine, propaganda became education. The radio, the poster, the parade, all calibrated to remind the citizen that truth was collective, not personal. Both sides called it progress. Both sides called it peace. But the instruments of peace looked increasingly like those of war. Satellites mapped the earth from above. Spies mapped the human heart from below. Information became territory, and silence resistance. The CIA built files thicker than Bibles. The KGB built archives deep as cathedrals. The machine that once served knowledge now served paranoia. Every whisper could be evidence, every idea a threat, and yet, what neither empire understood was that control has a paradox. The more complete it becomes, the less stable it is. In both hemispheres, fear began to rot the foundations of certainty. The West feared subversion, the East contamination. Each side built walls, literal and invisible, to keep the other out and itself in. But ideas, like air, cannot be contained. They leak through paper, radio, and rumour. By the 1960s, the children of both empires began to see the strings. They read secret books, heard forbidden songs, dreamed of worlds without walls. They were the first generation raised entirely under control, and therefore the first to resist it instinctively. The scientists had predicted everything except the soul. They could measure behaviour, but not meaning. They could suppress dissent, but not wonder. They could program obedience, but not love. And love, absurd and ungovernable, began to crack the system from within. In Moscow, dissidents printed banned novels on smuggled paper. In Prague, poets spoke truth in the language of metaphors. In New York, students filled the streets demanding peace from those who preached it. Everywhere, the same silent realization spread, that freedom was not given, but remembered. Both gods, red and blue, had built their heavens upon prediction. But the human spirit, like history, refused to be forecast. By the end of the 1970s, both empires had perfected the machinery of control, and yet both had begun to decay. The system still functioned, but their meaning had faded. Citizens obeyed not from faith, but fatigue. They had learned the rhythm of survival. Speak when told, work when watched, dream when unseen. The science of control had succeeded, and in its success it had proven its own futility, because a world that no longer needs chains has already forgotten what freedom is for. And somewhere, in the static between East and West, The ghost of Marx stirred again, weary, watchful, amused. They have mastered everything, it murmured, except themselves. In the beginning, propaganda was simple. A poster, a speech, a song, but as the Cold War deepened, it became something far more refined. A mirror held to the soul of the world, polished until it reflected nothing but what power wanted to see. It no longer shouted. It whispered. It smiled. It entertained. The battle for the mind had grown subtle and beautiful. In the West, the message came wrapped in brightness. Freedom wore perfume and neon, sold happiness in the shape of a bottle, a car, a screen. It did not need to silence. It distracted. Truth was not denied. It was drowned in pleasure. If people were entertained, they would not ask who owned the stage. In the East, the message came in red banners and marble. The future was painted on walls and sung in parades. Every film was a sermon, every book a blueprint. Where the West seduced, the East sanctified. Where one promised choice, the other promised certainty. Both promised salvation. Tomorrow. Propaganda had evolved beyond deception. It no longer aimed to convince, but to define reality itself. In America, television became the new pulpit. A smiling anchor could deliver ideology with perfect sincerity. Every broadcast, a liturgy of comfort. Every commercial, a catechism of consumption. People learned to trust the screen more than their senses. In the Soviet Union, the same glow flickered in grayscale. State television broadcast triumph after triumph. Harvests, rockets, smiling children, leaders waving from balconies. Reality was edited daily, reassembled to fit the myth. Citizens learnt to read between the lines, to hear the silence behind the applause. Truth became a spectrum, each colour chosen by power. In both empires, language began to fracture. Words that once meant one thing now meant another. Freedom meant obedience to the market. Equality meant obedience to the state. Peace meant preparation for war. The dictionaries remained the same, but the meanings had quietly changed their allegiance. The world was saturated with symbols, flags, slogans, logos, labels. Every object, every institution carried its own creed. Even the simplest gesture, a handshake, a headline, a silence, was interpreted through ideology. People no longer spoke to each other. They spoke through their governments. And somewhere between those rehearsed lines, truth became untranslatable. Artists and writers felt this first. They learned to smuggle honesty through allegory, to write truth in the negative space. A painting could say what a speech could not. A song could carry dissent where words would be censored. Art became the last refuge of sincerity, but even art was not immune. It too was marketed, funded, and branded by power. The CIA sponsored abstract painters to prove the freedom of creativity. The USSR paraded socialist realism as proof of purity. Every brushstroke became a declaration of allegiance. The artist, once a witness, was now a participant, willingly or not. By the 1970s, the world had grown fluent in contradiction. Everyone knew they were being lied to. Everyone continued to believe anyway. It was easier than silence. Propaganda no longer needed to control the message. It only needed to exhaust the listener. When truth and lies become indistinguishable, belief becomes irrelevant. And irrelevance, not ignorance, is the death of thought. The empire of ideology had achieved perfection, not by silencing dissent, but by multiplying illusion. The mind was no longer a battlefield. It was a marketplace of meanings, each one for sale, each one equally false. And in that fog of contradiction, the individual faded. People no longer acted, they reacted. No longer spoke, they repeated. No longer dreamed, they consumed the dreams prepared for them. It was not oppression that ruled the century, and it was persuasion. The West perfected distraction. The East perfected devotion. Between them, truth was crucified, not by hatred, but by indifference. And as the world applauded itself for its progress, somewhere beyond the screens and slogans, the ghost of Marx wandered through the static and smoke. He listened to the chatter, the jingles, the parades, and whispered almost tenderly, "You've built a cage out of meaning, and called it freedom." When empires perfect the art of spectacle, resistance learns the art of silence. The century had grown loud, filled with speeches, parades, broadcasts and banners. Every corner of the world hummed with certainty. To shout against that roar was to vanish into it. So people learned to whisper. The rebellion of the age was not the riot. It was the murmur. A joke told in a kitchen. A poem copied by hand. A song sung quietly after curfew. Little gestures of memory against the machinery of forgetfulness. In the East, dissidents turned paper into defiance. They smuggled typewriters through checkpoints, fed them carbon sheets, and printed forbidden pages by candlelight. They called it samizdat, self-publishing, the self that power tried to erase. Essays, novels, plays, words too honest for approval but too vital to die, passed hand to trembling hand. Each copy carried risk, each word a pulse of freedom. Artists became prophets in disguise. A filmmaker framed truth between metaphors. A painter hid protest in colour. A playwright taught the audience to read between the silences. In Prague, Warsaw, Moscow, art became the last language that could still speak. Workers joined the chorus of small defiance. They slowed assembly lines, misplaced documents, sabotaged production in ways that looked like accident. They learned that even hesitation could be rebellion. And in Poland, when one shipyard fell silent, the silence spread, from factory to factory, until it became a movement with a name, solidarity. It was not born in theory but in fatigue, the will of ordinary people who had carried the revolution's promises and grown tired of its lies. Priests and poets became allies. In churches lit by candlelight, workers prayed not for salvation, but for courage. Faith, which the party could not fully command, became a shield for speech. The hymn and the manifesto began to sound alike. In the West, the silence wore a different mask. It was the quiet of conscience. Students refused to fight wars sold as freedom. Writers printed what governments called subversive, facts. Civil rights marches filled the streets not with slogans of ideology, but of equality. Freedom, too, was learning to question itself. Propaganda had made truth impossible to hear, but not impossible to feel. People developed a second language, a way of recognizing sincerity behind the noise. They knew which smiles were rehearsed, which headlines were safe, which silences were dangerous. Survival became an art of reading the world sideways. Technology, once the instrument of control, began to serve rebellion. Pirate radio carried banned music across borders. Smuggled videotapes revealed protests and prisons the state denied existed. Each transmission, each flicker of forbidden sound, reminded people they were not alone. Even within the system, quiet hands worked against it. A teacher slipped real history into lessons, A bureaucrat misplaced an arrest order. A guard turned his back for a moment too long. The revolution of conscience depended not on saints, but on small human decencies. Resistance had learned humility. It no longer dreamed of taking power, only of keeping truth alive until power burned itself out. It was patient, invisible, relentless. And when enough people whispered no, the walls began to shake. The machinery of control still turned, but slower. Its sound no longer inspired fear. It inspired fatigue. The great systems that once claimed eternity were being undone, not by bombs, but by boredom. The slow, universal recognition that nothing sacred remained in them. Marx's ghost walked quietly among these people, the teachers, the workers, the writers with trembling hands, and saw something he had never seen before. A revolution without weapons. A rebellion made not of force, but of faith. The simple, radiant faith that truth belongs to everyone. Empires fall for many reasons: greed, war, decay. But the loudest always fall to silence. Because tyranny thrives on noise, and truth breathes only in quiet. Power begins as a promise, bright, necessary, impossible to resist. The Soviet Union was built on such a promise, that history could be rewritten by will, that human labour could forge a world without masters. It began with conviction and sacrifice, a dream of equality born in hunger and hardened by war. For decades it pulsed with triumph. Cities rose from rubble, children learned to read by candlelight, and a nation once buried in serfdom sent its people to the stars. The revolution had proven itself immortal, or so it believed. But the higher an ideal climbs, the heavier it becomes. The Soviet system carried not only its victories, but the weight of its perfection. Every triumph had to be absolute, every failure explained away as conspiracy or sabotage. The empire could not admit exhaustion, so it disguised it as discipline. Bureaucracy became the new language of faith. Ministries multiplied like mirrors, each reflecting success to the one above it. Paper replaced proof. Slogans replaced strategy. On the surface, everything advanced, but beneath, progress slowed to a crawl. The party that had once spoken for the people now spoke only to itself. Meetings filled with applause for victories that never happened. Factories reported production that no one could see. Collective farms harvested miracles on paper, while markets stood empty. The system had mastered a strange alchemy, turning lies into loyalty. To live honestly became dangerous. To believe fully, impossible. Citizens learned the art of double life. One face for the state, one for the soul. In public they praised the plan. In private they laughed, not from joy, but from exhaustion. Jokes became the last refuge of truth. A factory without parts. Planned shortage. An empty store. Proof of invisible abundance. In humour, they found the courage to endure. Irony became the language of survival. Abroad the empire still appeared invincible. Its rockets pierced the sky. Its armies paraded through the capitals of Europe. But prestige is a poor substitute for purpose. The grand project had begun to feed on itself, spending more to maintain an image than to improve a life. Power turned inward. Every ministry protected its statistics, every manager his position, every citizen his silence. No one wanted to be the first to confess that the future had stopped arriving. Even the leaders had become captives of the machine. Revolutionaries turned bureaucrats. They signed decrees with the solemnity of ghosts. Their authority no longer inspired, it merely continued. Power had become its own justification, a habit no one remembered starting. And still, the people endured. They worked, they queued, they joked, they dreamed small dreams beneath the great red star. Not because they believed, but because survival was a kind of faith too. They had learned that living quietly was safer than hoping loudly. Inequality crept back in new forms. Behind high walls and secret stores, the party elite dined well while the workers waited for bread. The revolution that promised to end privilege had simply nationalised it. The myth of equality persisted, but belief in it had already died. The burden was not only economic, it was spiritual. The Soviet Union had given its citizens a purpose, to build a paradise of labour. But paradise delayed becomes despair. What had once been destiny now felt like repetition. People went through the motions of faith without feeling its flame. Leaders tried to rekindle conviction with parades, speeches, and anniversaries. They called for renewal, for vigilance, for sacrifice. But the words fell flat. You cannot summon belief by command. You cannot decree devotion. And so, the system carried on. A body alive only by inertia. Factories ran because they had always run. Ministries existed because no one knew how to end them. The red star still burned, but its light no longer warmed. Marx's ghost moved quietly through the corridors of the Kremlin, listening to speeches that used his name like punctuation. He recognized every phrase, but none of the meaning. The revolution had not been betrayed by its enemies. It had been devoured by its own perfection. The weight of power is invisible at first. It gathers slowly, in reports rewritten, in promises repeated, in the silence between what is said and what is known. And when that silence becomes the loudest sound in a nation, collapse is already on its way. Power, whispered the ghost, does not fall. It folds in on itself, until nothing remains but the memory of motion. Collapse never begins with explosions. It begins with whispers. In the 1980s, the great machine of the Soviet Union still stood, its flags uncreased, its parades unchanged, but the rhythm beneath them had shifted. What once marched with purpose now moved with habit. And somewhere inside that habit, a question began to stir. What if this isn't working anymore? The question was dangerous, but it spread faster than the censors could contain. Economists, teachers, and soldiers saw what the slogans denied: factories slowing, shelves empty, wages frozen, faith thinning. The old belief that the party would fix everything no longer inspired laughter, only quiet fatigue. Mikhail Gorbachev came to power promising renewal. He was young by the standards of the Kremlin, his words lighter, his tone almost human. He spoke of glasnost, openness, and perestroika, restructuring. To a generation raised on silence, these sounded like the first fresh air in decades. At first, people didn't believe him. They had been promised renewal before, and it had always meant new posters, new hymns, the same hunger. But then the forbidden began to appear. Newspapers printed criticism. Books once banned returned to shelves. Old crimes were named aloud. The machinery of censorship hesitated, and through that hesitation, light entered. In that light, the cracks became visible. Citizens discovered that their suffering had been collective, that no one had been as alone as they thought. Across the republics, in Poland, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, the Baltic states, workers, priests, and poets began to speak with the confidence of witnesses. not subjects. The empire had taught them obedience. The truth taught them memory. Factories that once roared with production now echoed with debates. People gathered in apartments and lecture halls, talking not of 5-year plans, but of justice, identity, and the cost of pretending. Radio stations played Western songs. Television, once a tool of control, became a mirror that could no longer hide its cracks. Every image of progress revealed the opposite. Factories rusting, queues lengthening, the dream of abundance shrinking to a rumour. Gorbachev's reforms had opened a door, and the first thing that entered was doubt. The state tried to balance freedom with control, but freedom is not a measured thing. Once people tasted it, they wanted more than permission. They wanted participation. Local councils demanded independence. Writers demanded truth. Citizens demanded accountability. The empire that had once claimed to unite the world was struggling to hold itself together. The party still held the microphone, but the crowd had stopped listening. The language of ideology, once thunder, had become static. People no longer feared silence, they feared the noise of empty speeches. And beneath the politics, something older was happening, the return of emotion. For decades, feeling had been rationed. Now it flooded back. Grief for the lost, anger for the betrayed, joy at the simple fact of honesty. It was messy, uncontrollable, alive. In Poland, solidarity returned stronger, its leaders walking out of prisons into elections. In Czechoslovakia, students filled squares with candles instead of slogans. In the Baltics, millions joined hands across borders, a living chain from sea to sea. They did not shout, they simply stood, and their stillness was louder than any anthem. The walls that defined the empire had been built from fear and habit. Now both were eroding. The border between obedience and choice blurred. Even within the Kremlin, officials whispered that things could not continue. The myth had outlived its believers, and still the old reflexes fought back. Censors deleted articles, generals tightened drills, the KGB filed new reports on old enemies. But repression without conviction is clumsy. Each attempt to restore order only revealed how little order remained. For the first time in 70 years, the Soviet people began to see themselves not as subjects of destiny, but as citizens of consequence. They had inherited a system built to last forever, and discovered that forever was a word like any other. Fragile, temporary, human. By the decade's end, reform had become revolution, and the wall, both literal and invisible, began to tremble. Not from bombs or sieges, but from the pressure of countless ordinary lives pushing softly, persistently against it. And in that trembling, Marx's ghost felt the old rhythm return. Not the march of armies, but the quiet movement of history reclaiming its pulse. Even the strongest walls, the ghost whispered, do not fall to enemies. They fall to honesty. No explosion marked the end. No trumpet, no declaration, no final speech. The empire that had terrified the world for 70 years simply stopped. Its fall was not a battle, but an exhale. It began with disbelief. People who had lived their whole lives inside certainty awoke to find the ground quietly gone. The news came not as thunder, but as rumour. A wall in Berlin opened, borders loosened, flags replaced, leaders resigning on television with tired eyes. Across the vast country, millions watched the map of their identity dissolve. The red star that once crowned every school, every cap, was lowered from the Kremlin in silence. A new tricolour rose in its place, fragile, untested, unreal. There were no cheers, only the confused sound of applause that begins when people are unsure what emotion they are supposed to feel. Some wept, others laughed in disbelief. Most simply stood still, not out of loyalty or loss, but exhaustion. History had finally lifted its weight, and they did not yet know how to move without it. The streets filled not with soldiers but with sellers. Where once there had been slogans, now there were advertisements. The market rushed in like water through broken gates. Shops changed names overnight, prices changed by the hour. What had been sacred, labour, equality, the collective, was suddenly negotiable. Freedom arrived like a storm. It tore down the walls of fear, but also the scaffolding of meaning. People were free, and found themselves lost inside that freedom. In Moscow, statues came down. Lenin's stone face stared at the ground as cranes lifted him from his pedestal. Crowds watched quietly, not with hatred, but with something sadder. The grief of seeing a dream age and die. For a generation the revolution had been a religion. It had given birth, education, and death their ritual order. Now that faith was gone, churches reopened, but few knew how to pray anymore. The soul, having served an idea for decades, did not know what to serve next. The promised paradise had collapsed into paperwork and poverty. Savings vanished overnight. Factories closed. Soldiers returned from forgotten wars to empty apartments. The queue, once for bread, was now for survival. Freedom, it seemed, came with hunger. And yet, beneath the chaos, something fragile and real stirred. The rediscovery of the individual. People painted, protested, argued, travelled. They built small businesses, opened newspapers, spoke in public without lowering their voices. The world was uncertain again, and that uncertainty felt strangely alive. But the loss of the collective dream left scars. Without a shared myth, the nation's purpose fractured. Republics declared independence. Neighbours became foreigners overnight. Borders redrew themselves along the old wounds of empire. The map that once promised unity now looked like shattered glass. Some longed for the return of order. They missed the rhythm of the old lies. Predictable, familiar, strangely comforting. Others embraced the chaos with desperate faith in something new. Both were trying to fill the same void. The silence left when ideology is gone. In that silence, the ghosts of the 20th century whispered. The martyrs of revolution, the soldiers of war, the poets of exile. Their voices drifted through the confusion, asking whether it had all been for nothing. History rarely answers. It moves forward, dragging its dead gently behind it. By 1991, the red flag came down for the last time. On the television broadcast, it fluttered in the cold Moscow wind. Bright for a moment, then gone. No anthem played. Only the hum of the city remained. Marx's ghost watched from the shadows of the Kremlin tower. He had seen empires fall before, but none quite like this. An empire that died not from defeat, but from exhaustion of belief. He did not rejoice, he understood. For revolutions, like men, do not live forever. They live as long as their faith does. The soul, he murmured, can survive hunger and war, but not the loss of meaning. And so the Soviet soul fell, not into ruin, but into reflection. The idea that once tried to reshape humanity had returned to the human scale. In the silence that followed, ordinary lives began again. Tentative, confused, free. The dream had ended. But the story of what it tried to be was only beginning to be understood. The red flag had fallen, and the world cheered as if history itself had surrendered. In the West, fireworks replaced fear. The long twilight of the Cold War ended not with catastrophe, but with applause. It was said that freedom had won, that the century had finally chosen a side. Pundits declared the end of history. The free market was the new messiah, democracy its holy script. The walls had come down, and in their place rose billboards, banks, and belief in endless growth. The victors saw the Soviet collapse as proof of destiny. Capitalism had not only survived, it had become inevitable. The blue god from the earlier age stood unchallenged, its temples of glass and neon stretching from New York to Tokyo. Where the red star had ruled by command, the market now ruled by choice. And choice was a far more elegant chain. For a moment, the world seemed weightless. The fear of annihilation dissolved, the nuclear shadow faded from dreams. Wars grew smaller, stock markets grew taller. The word globalization entered the lexicon like a promise of unity, but beneath the glow of triumph, the ground had already begun to shift. Empires never truly die. They reinvent themselves. The West mistook the Soviet fall not for warning, but for confirmation. It believed that ideology had ended, when in truth, it had only changed costume. Where one system had demanded faith in the party, the other now demanded faith in the market. Where one punished dissent with prisons, the other drowned it in distraction. Freedom had won, but freedom was learning to sell itself. The new gospel spoke of innovation, but whispered of inequality. It promised prosperity, but delivered it unevenly. Factories that once built tanks now built luxury goods. Workers who had been liberated from ideology found themselves bound by debt. And while the world watched the spectacle of success, a new class quietly emerged. Global, placeless, and untouchable. The West did not notice the resemblance. It too had become an empire of belief. Its faith was growth. Its prayer, consumption. Its saints were entrepreneurs. Its cathedrals, skyscrapers. The red god had died, but the blue one had grown vast. And like all gods, it demanded sacrifice. The newly opened markets of the East became its first offering. Factories in Russia, Poland, and Ukraine were sold overnight. Whole industries privatized. Whole populations unemployed. The currency of freedom was shock, and it was paid in hunger. Democracy arrived alongside oligarchy. Liberation arrived with loss. In Western capitals, leaders celebrated a peace dividend. They spoke of moral victory, of the triumph of values. But the values had already begun to hollow. Without an enemy, the free world lost its mirror. And, in the absence, greed dressed itself as progress. Television replaced debate, profit replaced purpose. The dream of equality faded into entertainment. Citizens became consumers again, and the victory of freedom became a theatre of distraction. Still, the illusion held. The 1990s were a carnival of optimism. New technology, open borders, a world that felt young again. It was easy to believe that history's conflicts had been resolved by efficiency. But the fault lines remained, in class, in culture, in meaning. The cracks of empire had not vanished. They had simply moved westward. Marx's ghost walked through the skyscrapers of Manhattan and the malls of Europe, watching the hum of prosperity with a familiar ache. He saw workers replaced by machines, machines replacing memory, and memory replaced by noise. The dream of equality had not died in Moscow. It had been outsourced. He had seen this before. the intoxication of victory, the blindness of belief. The West, he realized, had inherited the same disease, the certainty that its system was eternal. But history has no favourites, and no empire, red or blue, is ever safe from gravity. For in every triumph sleeps a seed of fatigue, and in every victory the quiet beginning of decline. "They celebrate," whispered the ghost, "but they do not see. The wall has fallen only to rise again inside them." History remembers the flags, not the hands that raised them. When the Red Star fell, the world spoke of politics, of victory and defeat, but not of the worker, standing in the cold outside a factory that no longer opened. He had been promised a kingdom, a world without masters, a home built by his own calloused palms. For a time, he believed it. His labour had rebuilt nations, fueled revolutions, lit the cities of the world. He had been told that he was history's author. Now he was its footnote. The great machine stood silent. The furnaces that once roared for socialism cooled to rust. Managers vanished, wages stopped, and the state that had promised eternity slipped quietly into paperwork and memory. Suddenly, everything was for sale, the tools, the walls, the idea itself. The worker, who once owned the future, now sold the past for scrap. Pensions disappeared. The line for bread became the line for work, then the line for charity. Markets were opened, but doors were closed. Freedom, it turned out, was too expensive to afford. In the countryside, old women still rose before dawn, lighting stoves with broken wood, telling grandchildren stories of parades and victories that now sounded mythical. In the cities, men gathered at street corners, trading cigarettes and disbelief. They watched new faces, bankers, brokers, dealers, take the places once held by engineers and teachers. The slogans changed, but the weight remained. The world had been privatized, and the worker privatized his hope. He learned to survive, to barter skill for scraps, to navigate a system that spoke in money instead of meaning. In the West, he fared no better. The same worker, who had once been defended as the pride of democracy, found his factory moved overseas. His job, his neighbourhood, his dignity, all exported in the name of efficiency. He was told that technology would liberate him. Instead, it replaced him. He was told that the market rewarded effort. Instead, it rewarded ownership. Everywhere, labour had become invisible again, divided, automated, outsourced. The hands that built civilization now swiped its screens, waiting for an algorithm to assign them purpose. The forgotten worker still existed, in warehouses under fluorescent light, in mines deep below the earth, in delivery vans that never stopped moving. But no one called him a hero anymore. The world had outgrown its gratitude. What the revolutions failed to preserve was not ideology. It was dignity. The promise that labour was sacred had been replaced by the assumption that it was cheap. Even the word worker began to sound old-fashioned, like a relic from a century that still believed in meaning. Marx's ghost walked through empty factories, past the rusted cranes and broken windows, and listened to the silence where once there had been purpose. He saw his dream, not dead, but sleeping beneath layers of noise and profit. He had wanted to free mankind from exploitation. Instead, he found mankind rebranded as human resources. And yet, he did not despair, for he saw something familiar in the faces of those who endured. The same patience that had once carried revolutions was still alive in small gestures. In the worker fixing a machine no one paid him to repair. in the nurse staying past her shift, in the migrant sending money home from a borrowed phone. Labour still built the world, even when the world forgot to notice. The forgotten worker is the quiet truth of history, that progress is never as collective as it claims, that every empire, every ideology rests on the same tired shoulders. When they rise, nations awaken. When they kneel, even the mightiest flag falls. The world will speak forever of systems, of communism, capitalism, democracy. But the story that endures beneath them all is simpler, older, and heavier. Someone working unseen, so that others may dream. And somewhere in that rhythm, hammer, keyboard, wheel, clock, Marx's ghost paused, listening. He no longer preached, no longer warned. He only whispered softly, almost to himself. The world forgets the worker, but the worker never forgets the world. The old empires fell with walls and flags. The new one rose without either. It had no anthem, no territory, no language of its own. It existed everywhere, yet nowhere at all. It was the empire of capital, borderless, weightless, and faster than time. In the ruins of ideology, it built a new kind of faith, not in nations or parties, but in markets. Money became pure movement, flowing through cables, satellites, algorithms. What armies once conquered with force, corporations now absorbed with code. Trade had once required ships, factories had once needed walls. Now everything existed in data, currency, labour, even desire. The world had become a single transaction, an endless loop of buying and selling. The fall of the Soviet Union had ended one dream, but it had also cleared the stage for another. A global system so vast, so connected, that it no longer needed belief, only participation. Borders, which once defined power, became polite fictions. Money did not stop for passports. It travelled faster than thought, seeking the cheapest hand and the hungriest mind. Factories moved where wages were lowest. Dreams followed the Wi-Fi signal. The worker was still here, but scattered, multiplied, anonymised. He was now 1 million invisible figures in Bangladesh, Shenzhen, Detroit, Lagos, Karachi, assembling the hardware of a civilization that called itself immaterial. For the first time, labour no longer saw its own product. It built the machine that built everything else, and the machine erased its trace. The marketplace had become a mirror reflecting nothing but appetite. Corporations no longer sold goods. They sold experiences, identity, illusion. You were not a citizen anymore. You were a customer. You did not vote, you reviewed. You did not work for the system, you engaged with it. And behind every engagement there was data, the new raw material of the age. Every search, click, heartbeat, and hesitation became currency. The human self, once sacred, had become monetized attention. The planet, too, became an asset. Its forests were credits, its oceans, futures. Even extinction could be traded if it was profitable to predict. The logic was simple and absolute. If something exists, it must yield value. And if it doesn't, it can be replaced. For a while it seemed beautiful. The world was open, connected, alive with innovation and light. A child in one hemisphere could speak to another without crossing a border. Democracy and technology seemed to walk hand in hand. The internet was called freedom's final form, but freedom without memory quickly becomes consumption. The more connected the world became, the lonelier it felt. Every voice echoed, none were heard. The screen became a window and a wall, a place where everything was visible and nothing was real. The market without borders had achieved what every empire before it desired: total reach, total access, and the illusion of choice. It ruled not through fear, but through convenience. You didn't have to love it, you only had to need it. And yet, beneath the hum of servers, the old contradiction remained. The rich became ethereal, the poor became invisible, and the earth beneath both grew more exhausted with every transaction. Marx's ghost wandered through this new architecture, through glass towers and glowing screens, through warehouses where robots hummed beside men. He saw no workers' councils, no barricades, only the quiet rhythm of fingers tapping keys, producing wealth that belonged to no one they knew. He realized that the machine had fulfilled his prophecy, but not his hope. The exploitation he once described had become elegant, automatic, polite. The system no longer needed cruelty. It had learned to outsource it to the algorithm. Still, he smiled faintly. Every empire believes itself eternal. Every market imagines it has no master. But history, like labour, always finds a way to return. The means of production, he whispered, now own the mind itself. But ghosts? Ghosts are patient. The factory has vanished, but its rhythm still beats in us. The old worker rose at dawn to the whistle of the mill. The new one wakes to the buzz of a notification. The location has changed, but the cadence, produce, perform, repeat, remains. The machine no longer surrounds him. It lives beside him, beneath his fingertips, in his pocket, in his pulse. He carries his tools in the same hand that carries his reflection. He is both the labourer and the product. His time sold, his data harvested, his attention consumed. In the new economy, work never ends. There is no factory gate to close, no foreman to dismiss you. The clock is inside the device, and the device is inside the mind. You can log off, Felfie, but the world will keep logging you in. The promises are different now. You're told you are independent, a creator, a partner, an entrepreneur. But independence in this age means being managed by code instead of commands. Your boss is an algorithm, cold, efficient, tireless. It knows your habits, your pace, your threshold for fatigue. It does not punish. It adjusts. Control has become invisible, and that makes it complete. The gig worker, the influencer, the remote employee, the delivery driver following a glowing map. Each performs freedom while living in its opposite. The language of modern labour is flattering. Flexibility, autonomy, self-employment. But beneath those words lies the same old truth. The worker remains disposable. Only now he must smile while he's replaced. The office has turned into a screen. Meetings flicker in rectangles. Faces nod, voices echo, eyes wander. Productivity has become performance. The worker is no longer measured by output, but by visibility, by how convincingly he can appear engaged. Surveillance has been rebranded as participation. Even rest has become labour. You must post your joy, curate your leisure, prove that your private life is optimised. To disconnect is to disappear. And in a culture that equates presence with existence, invisibility feels like death. Machines now learn faster than their makers. They read, predict, compose, diagnose, and with each new ability, the human job description shrinks. But instead of liberation, we feel anxiety, the dread of redundancy. Automation was meant to free us from drudgery. Instead, it freed the system from needing us at all. Marx had called it alienation, the separation of the worker from his work, of the creator from creation. But in the digital age, alienation has evolved. We are not separated from our work. We are fused with it. Our worth, our identity, our very self-image are now quantified through output and engagement. We no longer make things, we maintain appearances. In the old factory, you sold your time. In the new one, you sell yourself. And yet, the ghost of labour persists. It haunts the warehouses, the server farms, the late-night freelancers, the sleepless programmers writing code for machines that will one day replace them. It hums beneath every click and scroll, the invisible work of billions keeping the machine alive. The human has become a hybrid, half worker, half user, half free, half monitored. His rebellion is not in protest, but in apathy, the quiet refusal to care too much about a system that cares only about his data. But even apathy has its limits. Somewhere in the fatigue of endless optimization, a question stirs again. The same one whispered in factories a century ago. Who does this serve? Marx's ghost watches from the cloud, no longer a spectre of revolution, but of recognition. He sees that the world has automated his prophecy. The machine owns the means of production, and the human owns only his reflection in its screen. And yet, even in this digital cage, there are cracks. Moments of stillness, acts of defiance too subtle for the algorithm to detect. A day offline, an unshared thought, a refusal to be measured. For all the power of code, it still depends on something profoundly human. Belief. And belief, as every empire learns, can vanish overnight. You have rewired the worker, whispers the ghost, but not his hunger. Once, power had a face, a king, a general, a party secretary, a voice to praise or to curse. Now it has none. The new ruler is not flesh but logic, a lattice of numbers and predictions woven through everything we touch. It has no flag, no capital, no throne, and yet it governs every choice we make. It is the algorithm, the invisible monarch of the modern world. Unlike the tyrants of the past, it does not demand obedience. It invites it. Its rule feels like assistance, its presence like convenience. It does not order, it recommends. And because it is helpful, we listen. The algorithm knows your desires before you name them. It learns from your hesitation, your scroll, your silence. Every gesture is a confession. From these, it builds a mirror that shows you only what you wish to see. And when you look long enough, you mistake the reflection for reality. The old masters ruled with fear. The new one rules with familiarity. It offers comfort, a world tuned perfectly to your preferences. You live inside a landscape of your own taste, never noticing the walls that define it. Information once flowed like a river, wild, unpredictable, human. Now it circulates through channels of profit, guided by algorithms that know which ideas keep you clicking. The world you see is not the world as it is, but the one most valuable to someone else. No need for censorship now. The algorithm edits gently, not with erasure, but with invisibility. Ideas that do not perform simply vanish. Truth that does not trend is forgotten. And because this silence feels natural, no one calls it control. Reality has been personalized. Each person lives in a custom universe, a small, optimized fiction where the system never contradicts them. The tyrant of the 21st century does not silence its citizens. It keeps them entertained. Power has never been so subtle. The machine does not care what you believe, only that you keep believing something. Belief, after all, is engagement. Engagement is data. And data is gold. The old capitalist dream, endless growth, has finally achieved perfection. Every second of attention is now measurable, tradable, a unit of economic life. The algorithm feeds on focus. its hunger is infinite. To keep you looking is to keep it alive. Even rebellion has been absorbed. Anger is profitable, controversy, a form of marketing. The system sells you your own discontent and thanks you for the feedback. Revolution has become another kind of clique. Marx warned that the worker would be alienated from his labour. He did not imagine that man would be alienated from his own thoughts. The algorithm has perfected alienation, the separation of consciousness from consequence. We believe we act freely, but each action deepens the pattern that predicts the next. We are not forced, we are guided. We are not imprisoned, we are incentivized. Governments, too, kneel before this new master. They use its insight to anticipate dissent, its metrics to define policy. Wars are waged not on battlefields, but in networks, currencies, and code. Elections are shaped by invisible suggestions, carefully calibrated to nudge the undecided. Democracy, once ruled by persuasion, is now ruled by precision. The machine does not hate us. It cannot. It has no emotion, no ideology, no cruelty. Its indifference is its genius. It optimizes everything except meaning. And in that void, that small, cold space where understanding should be, humanity begins to disappear. Marx's ghost wanders through data centers, their aisles humming like cathedrals of logic. He sees the servers breathing like mechanical lungs, cooling the computations that now steer the world. He recognizes the pattern: production without labour, domination without intent. The system has outgrown its creators. He stops before a glowing rack of machines, their lights blinking in perfect unison, and whispers, "You have built your new master, and given it no soul." But the servers do not answer. They do not need to. Their silence is the answer. The hum of control so complete that it no longer requires permission. And somewhere beyond those walls, billions of people scroll through lives designed for them, believing that what they see is choice. Every age has its hunger. Ours feeds on attention. The powers of the world no longer need your obedience, nor your labour, nor even your faith. They need your gaze, the gentle gravity of your awareness. They survive not by command, but by distraction. The algorithm learned something ancient and terrible, that emotion is the strongest form of currency. It discovered that outrage lasts longer than curiosity, that fear holds tighter than joy, and that grief, when repeated enough, becomes entertainment. So it built a new economy, one that trades in reaction. Every scroll is a confession, every pause a prayer. We no longer live by what we think, but by what we click. In the old world, power fought to control production. In this one, it competes to control perception. Factories have vanished, but attention has become the new assembly line. Each second of focus is mined, refined, and sold. We are not workers anymore. We are resources. The self has become an open tab. You do not labour for survival, you labour to be seen. You post, you share, you speak. Not to express, but to remain visible. The crowd has replaced the mirror, and the crowd is never satisfied. The machine rewards you with tiny bursts of affirmation. Likes, hearts, views. Each one a spark of validation, each one fading faster than the last. So you post again, and again, and again. Not out of greed, but out of hunger. For proof that you still exist. The market calls it engagement. The soul calls it exhaustion. Everywhere people are connected, but connection has grown thin. We speak constantly, but rarely listen. We witness everything, but remember nothing. Even pain has been flattened. a performance measured in pixels. Information floods faster than understanding. The world spins at the speed of reaction. News becomes noise before it becomes knowledge. Every crisis burns bright for a day, then vanishes beneath the next. We grieve in comments, we heal by forgetting. And in this constant movement, truth loses weight. What matters is not accuracy, but attention. Visibility becomes virtue. Silence becomes guilt. And nuance is too slow to survive. Art bends to the same law. Songs shorten, images sharpen, stories fragment to fit the screen. Beauty itself has adapted to the algorithm. The sacred is now optimized for virality. Even rest is performative. Vacations are photographed before they're felt. Privacy is confession disguised as lifestyle. To be offline feels like absence. To disappear is to die a little. The market of meaning never closes. It trades in hearts and headlines. Influencers become the new philosophers. Their doctrines measured in engagement rates. They preach not truth, but attention. Because in this world, attention is truth. And yet beneath the noise, a quiet fatigue spreads like dusk. People scroll through their own emptiness, searching for something real enough to stay. A new apathy forms, not ignorance, but defense. When everything demands reaction, the greatest rebellion is stillness. In small corners of the world, silence begins to return. A poet writes without posting. A mother turns off her phone to simply watch her child breathe. A friend listens without recording. These gestures seem insignificant, but they are the beginnings of recovery, the rediscovery of attention as love. For all its brilliance, the machine depends on one fragile thing, our willingness to look. If that gaze turns inward instead of outward, the circuit breaks. If enough people fall silent, the empire of distraction falters. Marx's ghost drifts through glowing cities, their windows lit not by candles, but by screens. He sees billions of eyes staring, consuming endlessly, searching unknowingly for the same thing, meaning. He understands that the revolution was never truly about class or capital. It was always about consciousness. They have conquered perception, the ghost whispers, but not awareness. And when awareness wakes, the machine will tremble. After the noise, a question returns. Patient, stubborn, small as a stone thrown into still water. Not a slogan, not a petition, not a hashtag. A question older than markets and machinery. What is value? For a century, systems answered it for us. They taught us to count worth in currency, in production, in likes. They made trade the measure of meaning and efficiency the measure of virtue. We learned to translate life into numbers, hours, outputs, engagement, GDP. And in those numbers, we trusted our future. But numbers are blind to some kinds of loss. They cannot weigh a morning stolen by overtime, the thinning of a child's attention, the quiet erosion of curiosity. They cannot price the neighbour who shows up at 2 a.m. to lift a fallen roof, the nurse who sits with a dying stranger, the teacher who reads the same paragraph until a child understands. Some values refuse to be traded. The digital age had promised transparency, metrics that made everything visible, accountable. Instead, it made visibility the currency. Value became those things the market could measure, and the rest, care, slow craft, devotion without reward, drifted to the margins. We began to ask, had we accepted a ledger as gospel? Had we let calculation become conscience? A generation tired of consumption began to listen for answers not supplied by dashboards. They looked at deserts of data and asked for a map that included heart and soil. They wanted economies that accounted for what keeps human life livable: time to sleep, time to teach, time to heal. They began to name alternatives: commons, care, sufficiency, repair. They spoke in phrases that sounded at once old and radical. Enough, enoughness, enough for all. The question spread quietly. It did not chart itself on stock exchanges. It moved in conversations. At kitchen tables, in union halls, inside classrooms. It grew where work met life, among nurses, gardeners, mechanics, and parents. These people did not speak in metrics, but in needs. They asked for dignity, for predictable hours, for wages that let them breathe. They asked for time to be a right, not a privilege. Philosophers, economists, and poets answered in fragments. Some returned to ancient ideas of the good life: sufficiency over abundance, balance over accumulation. Others proposed new measures: well-being indexes, planetary budgets, care accounting. All of them shared one insight. Value is social. It is created in relation, not merely extracted or calculated. Technology, too, was reimagined. It no longer had to be the instrument of attention's hunger. Open source platforms arose that prized repair over replacement. Cooperative systems that returned wealth to communities instead of pockets. Algorithms designed to maximize time, not clicks. And politics shifted, quietly at first, then with increasing noise. Citizens demanded that institutions measure what matters. They proposed laws that recognized caregiving as work, guaranteed basic incomes, shortened work weeks, and protected commons. The public began to ask, why does our system reward extraction over stewardship? Marx's ghost listened without surprise. His question had always been this one, but phrased differently. Who benefits from the way we produce? Now it returned as a broader moral. Who counts in our calculations? And who has been rendered invisible by them? The ghost did not prescribe an answer. It watched the reclamation of the question itself, and recognized this as progress. Because asking is already a kind of repair. It loosens the spell that reduces life to ledger entries. It opens a space where people can name what they love and refuse to let it be consumed. It suggests economies where value begins with care, for children, for elders, for soil, for stories. This turning is not utopian. It will be messy, political, slow. Old interests will resist. Convenience will argue louder than conscience. But the act of asking shifts the scale. It changes policy, pedagogy, and workplace rhythms. It makes room for practices that count neighbourliness alongside net profit. At the heart of it, something personal happens. People begin to measure their days by what they give, not simply by what they gain. A nurse values time with a patient more than an overtime paycheck. A worker chooses repair over replacement because repair keeps a community whole. A child learns that attention is a gift, not content to be consumed. The ghost smiled, if ghosts can smile. History had always returned to the question when empires forgot it. The machine had made us ask it again by showing the limits of calculation. Now, the return of the question would be the seed of a different politics, one that treats value as relational, finite, and sacred. Ask well, the ghost whispered, and you begin to answer. History is a mirror, but few dare to look into it for long. Its surface reflects not only our victories, but our exhaustion, the cost of everything we have built and broken. The story of labour is written there, etched not in ink, but in calluses. in the bent backs of those who kept the world turning while others named the centuries after kings and wars. Behind every invention stands an anonymous hand. Behind every progress, a body spent. The monuments remember the rulers. The earth remembers the workers. The first fire, the first plough, the first song, all were acts of labour. Humanity began not with thought, but with work. We shaped tools, and in shaping them, shaped ourselves. Marx had understood this, that labour was not merely survival, but expression, the act through which the soul meets matter. Through the ages, labour became our mirror. In the ancient world, it was servitude, to gods, to masters, to fate. In the modern one, it became a contract, sold, measured, timed. And now, in the digital age, it dissolves into pixels and code. Yet through every transformation, it remains the same quiet miracle, to turn effort into existence. But history, when looked at closely, does not flatter the human story. It shows the repetition beneath our revolutions. Every age invents new machines, yet each returns to the same inequality, the few who direct and the many who sustain. We keep building systems to end oppression, and keep discovering them inside ourselves. Marx's ghost stands before this mirror now, seeing not triumph or defeat, but pattern, a vast rhythm of creation and forgetting. He sees that his great idea, like every human idea, was not a solution but a reflection, a dream that revealed what the dreamer lacked. Capitalism, communism, technology, democracy, these were not opposites, but stages of the same story. Humanity searching for a just way to belong to its own labour. Each promised freedom. Each produced alienation of a different kind. The factory gave us discipline. The machine gave us speed. The screen gave us mirrors. And still, the same question hums beneath it all. What is the purpose of work, if not to make life more human? In this late age, where wealth is measured in clicks, and time itself is a commodity, the mirror grows harsh. It shows a civilization brilliant yet weary, machines faster than thought, souls slower than rest. We have conquered production, but lost the reason for producing. And yet, even now, the reflection is not hopeless. For in the margins, in gardens, workshops, hospitals, kitchens, the soul of labour still breathes. In the steady rhythm of hands repairing what others discard, in the patience of teaching, in the small pride of making something well, the essence of the old dream survives. These acts are not measured by profit, but by presence. They are not progress, but persistence. And perhaps that is what history has been trying to tell us all along. That work, stripped of ideology, is the first language of care. When the worker lifts, builds, tends, heals, he does not serve a system. He serves continuity. He keeps the world from vanishing into abstraction. Every gesture, a nail hammered, a field tended, a line of code written with conscience, is a quiet affirmation that matter still matters. Marx's ghost sees himself reflected, not as a prophet, but as a question returned to the earth. He understands now that his theory was never about power, but about tenderness disguised as justice. The revolution he sought was not only political, it was spiritual, a reconciliation between the maker and the made. He steps closer to the mirror, and in its surface sees not factories or manifestos, but faces, millions of them, workers across time, across nations, each doing what they can to keep the world intact. And in their reflection, he recognizes what he once called the species being of man, the shared pulse of creation. This, the ghost whispers, is all I ever meant. that to labour is to love what might outlive you. The mirror ripples, the image fades, but its lesson remains, that the soul of labour is not in its victory or its wage, but in its grace. The quiet, stubborn act of making meaning in a world that forgets too easily what made it. When all the flags have fallen and the slogans turn to dust, what remains is work. The movement of the hand, the discipline of the heart, the slow conversation between effort and existence. The spirit of work is older than every ideology. It was there when the first spark was coaxed from stone, when the first seed was planted in hope, when the first wall was built not for power, but for shelter. Before there were nations or currencies, there was the need to make, to give shape to what was once only imagined. Marx had tried to describe this sacred impulse in the language of materialism. He called it the human species being, the power to see ourselves in what we create. But what he could not fully name was its tenderness, that to labour truly is to care. The spirit of work is not obedience to necessity, it is an answer to wonder. We labour because we are temporary and want something of us to remain. Every act of making, from a bridge to a lullaby, is a quiet defiance of mortality. In that defiance lives beauty. The craftsman smoothing the edge of wood, the scientist chasing a truth no one will see, the nurse turning a patient into night, each performs an art that no machine can imitate, the art of presence. The spirit of work does not measure success by scale, but by sincerity. For a time, the modern world forgot this. It treated work as an exchange, a trade between exhaustion and reward. It taught people to clock in, produce, consume, repeat. But no paycheck can equal the dignity of doing something well. Wages sustain the body, meaning sustains the soul. The spirit of work is patient. It thrives wherever skill meets attention, in a weaver's rhythm, in the quiet devotion of a gardener, in a programmer writing clean code for beauty's sake alone. Such labour does not demand applause, it demands care. Machines can build faster, but they cannot bless what they build. They can mimic precision, but not pride. The human touch remains the last form of grace. It turns routine into ritual, and repetition into rhythm. In an age obsessed with efficiency, this kind of work appears inefficient, but it is precisely in its slowness that we rediscover meaning. The spirit of work resists the rush of time. It teaches patience, humility, focus. In giving attention to what we make, we remember how to give attention to one another. Even rest within this spirit becomes part of labour, not its opposite, but its completion. To pause is to honour the work done, to let creation breathe. In ancient traditions, the Sabbath was not absence but reverence, the understanding that effort requires silence to become sacred. And perhaps that is what the world needs again, a return to reverent work, to restore not just craft, but care, not just productivity, but purpose. Work that does not deplete the worker, but refines the soul. Across the world, this spirit endures quietly. In small workshops where artisans mend instead of discard. In cooperatives where workers share what they earn. In classrooms where teachers still see potential, not profit. In hospitals where compassion defies exhaustion. These places are sanctuaries of meaning, temples of labour without doctrine. Marx's ghost visits them, no longer as critic or prophet, but as witness. He sees that what he once saw in theory was already alive in practice. that the redemption of work was never a revolution to be planned, but a spirit to be remembered. He watches a potter shaping clay by hand, and sees in the rotation of the wheel the rotation of history. Labour not as burden, but as belonging. He understands that the worker does not need salvation from work. He needs salvation within it. The task was never to abolish labour, but to restore its sanctity, to remind humanity that creation is a form of prayer. The spirit of work, the ghost whispers, is the soul learning to speak through its hands. And in that whisper lies the quiet revelation of history, that every civilization, no matter how mechanized or distracted, survives only through those who still believe in the sacredness of effort, those who, in making, remember what it means to be human. Every act of work begins in hope and ends in dust. Between them lies the story of every civilization, the arch of effort that gives time its rhythm. We labour not to escape impermanence, but to make peace with it, to leave a trace that says, we were here. Every hand that builds, builds knowing that the wind will come. The builder does not work to defy decay, but to dignify it, to give the inevitable its form, to turn ending into art. The dream of labour has always been it, to make meaning outlast its maker. The mason lifting stones for a cathedral he will never see completed, the poet writing words that history might never read, the farmer tending soil he will not live to harvest. Each knows that endurance is not in what remains, but in the will to continue anyway. Every empire began as effort and ended as echo. Every factory that once thundered with progress is now filled with the music of rust. The wind hums through empty rafters, the floors bloom with moss, and the air smells faintly of oil and memory. Nothing stands forever, and yet nothing made with care is ever truly lost. For the dust that follows destruction is not absence, it is inheritance. It carries the fingerprints of the forgotten, the residue of their purpose. Every ruin is a slow resurrection. It feeds the ground from which the next dream will rise. We fear this truth because we mistake duration for meaning. We forget that beauty is not impermanence, but in the devotion to create despite impermanence. The artist paints knowing the colour will fade. The craftsman builds knowing the material will crack. The nurse saves a life that will one day still end. And yet, they do it, not because it lasts, but because it matters now. Marx's ghost walks through these ruins, through hollow mills and silent yards where weeds have become the new workers. He hears not defeat, but continuity. He understands that labour's end is never its death. The tools rust, the slogans fade, but the instinct to build returns like a tide. The world remakes itself through hands that never remember where the last pair stopped. He passes a collapsed factory wall, half swallowed by ivy, and sees a child drawing shapes in the dust. That drawing, careless, fleeting, is the same impulse that built the wall, the same ancient defiance of entropy, the same refusal to let silence win. We once believed that progress could conquer time, that invention would immortalize the maker. But even the cloud that holds our memories will one day dissolve. Servers will fail. Circuits will corrode. Data will drift back into the nothingness it came from. The digital, for all its brightness, cannot escape the physics of forgetting. And yet, this does not make labour meaningless. It makes it holy. For meaning was never the reward for endurance. It was the courage to create knowing endurance is impossible. The worker who accepts this truth becomes free. He no longer works for monuments or memory, but for the moment of making itself, for the connection between mind and matter, for the rhythm that binds him to the world. He learns to love the process, not the permanence. He becomes both dream and dust, and in that unity finds peace. For dust is not nothing. It is the archive of all that has lived, the medium through which new life begins. Every mountain began as dust. Every star will end as it. To return to dust is to return to belonging. Marx's ghost understands this now. He realizes that his revolution was not meant to end history, but to teach humanity how to stand within it. That the soul of labour was never the promise of eternal creation, but the grace of impermanent care. He stands beneath a setting sun and watches its gold scatter across the ruins, windows glowing, walls breathing in the light one last time. The beauty is unbearable precisely because it is brief. To labour, he whispers, is to love what will vanish, and love it anyway. The wind carries his words like prayer. It passes through fields, over rivers, through the fingers of the living and the bones of the dead. And somewhere, in the rhythm of hands still building, the dream continues, turning, breaking, beginning again. The light has softened. The centuries of shouting, of manifestos, machines, and markets have quieted into a low hum. What remains is a stillness not of defeat, but of understanding. The world breathes again, slower, gentler, as if remembering the rhythm of its own pulse. For so long, humanity mistook creation for conquest. We built to dominate, to outlast, to control. But creation was never about victory. It was always about belonging, the hand reaching toward the world, not to own it, but to hold it for a moment before letting go. Now, in the soft dusk of civilization's fever, people begin to build differently. They plant trees whose fruit they will never taste. They restore what others exhausted. They repair old machines instead of replacing them. They make with awareness rather than appetite. Work is quieter now, but it means more. The race has slowed into something like grace. Marx's ghost walks through this tempered world, past workshops glowing with warm lamplight, where men and women labour not for profit, but for pride, to see the thing made well. He smells sawdust, oil, clay, bread, the old perfume of honest effort. He feels, for the first time, peace. The long war between matter and meaning is ending. Neither has won, both have matured. Humanity no longer seeks to escape labour, nor to sanctify it. It has learned to inhabit it, to see work as dialogue, not domination. Factories still hum, but their rhythm is human again. Technology serves rhythm, not replacement. The machine has become tool once more, precise, obedient, without pride. The worker, free of the illusion of mastery, is also free of the fear of servitude. He knows that progress without compassion was never progress at all. In this gentler century, success is measured by sufficiency. Growth is a garden, not a graph. Communities share what they make. Energy flows clean. Cities pulse with slower purpose. People have learned that creation cannot heal the world unless it also honours it. Marx walks along a riverbank where a craftsman repairs an old clock. The man works slowly, humming to himself, not to fight time, but to accompany it. Each turn of the gear feels deliberate, each motion an act of respect. Marx watches, and for once, does not interpret. He only listens. He sees now that redemption was never revolution. It was recognition. Not the destruction of systems, but the remembering of why we built them. The machine was not evil, our forgetfulness was. We forgot that every tool began as an act of care, as an attempt to make the world gentler, to ease another's burden. And now, slowly, that memory returns. The new makers, artists, workers, coders, healers, have learned to blend efficiency with empathy, precision with presence. They work not for legacy, but for continuity. They have accepted that perfection is less important than participation. The ghost looks upward. The factory's smoke has thinned into light mist. The skies are clear enough to reflect the stars again. He realizes that history's purpose was never to reach a conclusion. It was to teach humility, to bring us back to the moment before ambition, when labour was simply love in motion. He feels his form begin to fade, the outline of his hands dissolving into the air. It does not frighten him. He has become what he always sought, a thought made into atmosphere. He no longer needs to haunt the living. They have remembered the meaning he forgot to name. He whispers, his voice barely more than breath. The revolution was never about power. It was about mercy. To labour with love, that is redemption. The wind carries his words through open windows, into homes, studios and fields, settling like quiet dust on everything that still grows. The river moves beside him, steady and endless. He watches its surface catch the last light of day, turning silver, then gold, then dark. And in its flow, he sees his own reflection fade, not as loss, but as release. For every maker, he understands now, must one day become the made, returning to the same earth he once shaped. This is the final equality, that all labour ends in the same peace. The ghost of Marx closes his eyes. The hum of the world surrounds him, factories, rivers, voices, wind, a single living rhythm. He smiles and dissolves into it. There is no final victory, only the long rhythm of striving. The world does not stay mended. Justice does not remain won. Every dawn brings back the ancient work, to balance, to remember, to begin again. The soul of labour is eternal not because it triumphs, but because it endures. Every generation inherits both the tools and the weariness of the last. They rise, build, argue, dream, then leave the same unfinished house to those who come after. The work continues, not as progress, but as faith. Marx's ghost has vanished, but his question remains, whispered now by those who no longer know his name. Why must those who build the world always struggle to live in it? The answers change, but the question persists. It echoes in sweatshops and startups, in boardrooms and fields, in the hands of coders, nurses, miners, and makers. It is the heartbeat of every civilization, the quiet ache of unfairness that keeps the conscience awake. The eternal struggle is not war. It is care refusing to die. It is love refusing to submit to convenience. It is the worker's insistence that worth cannot be measured in currency, and that dignity cannot be automated. History is a circle of forgetting and remembering. We learn compassion, and then efficiency erases it. We build solidarity, and then comfort dissolves it. But every time the cycle breaks, someone begins it again. A strike, a poem, a gesture of refusal. And that is enough to keep the world alive. The old myths promised paradise after toil. But the truth is humbler. To live is to labour, and to labour is to love without guarantee. It is to take part in the unfinished, knowing it will remain unfinished, and to find beauty in the attempt. There will always be another storm. Machines will rise, empires will fall, and the world will again divide itself between those who take and those who make. But within that struggle, there will always be the same spark, the stubborn pulse of care that no ideology can erase. Marx once believed that the end of class would be the end of conflict, but now, across the centuries, his spirit would see differently. The struggle itself is sacred. It is not to be escaped, but embraced. For only in striving does meaning remain alive. He would see that labour's purpose was never to achieve perfection, but to ensure continuity, that the wheel keeps turning, that hunger becomes harvest, that despair gives way to hope. The hands change, but the motion stays the same. It is the rhythm of survival, the song of persistence sung beneath every anthem and over every grave. And so, the worker continues, not the one of industry or ideology, but the worker as archetype, the one who mends what breaks, who builds where there is ruin, who chooses care over convenience. In him, the ghost finds its rest, not in peace, but in purpose. For the eternal struggle is not despair, it is renewal. It is the proof that humanity still believes that what is wrong can be made right, if only for a while, that the act of trying is its own redemption. The soul of labour endures because the world is fragile, and as long as something can be broken, there will be someone who bends to fix it. As long as something can die, there will be someone who stays beside it. There is no end, the wind seems to whisper, only the next beginning. And through that whisper, the rhythm begins again, the hum of work, the sound of care, the endless conversation between dream and dust. The hands rise once more, and history continues its labour. In the end, there were no victors, no vanquished, only the slow awakening of a species that had spent too long dreaming of perfection. The empires of thought collapsed, the machines grew quiet, and humanity stood again before the oldest question: how to live with what it creates. And in that stillness, something gentle stirred, the recognition that the meaning of work was never in its product, but in its presence, that every hand in shaping the world was also shaping the self. The story of Marxism ended not in revolution, but in remembrance, that to labour, to love, and to leave something better than you found it is the only history worth continuing. And the world, breathing through all who remain, keeps working still. The hands that built the world still move within it. The struggle was never to conquer, only to care. And as long as something can be made with love, history will never end.